So we can do what's Hondo on the mic from Leo's Paradise. Random stream drop like a Dragon Ball fight. No lie, plan stream stacking up, but here's a twist in time. Freestyling on the deck like Luffy's punchlines. Up the channels faster than Zoro sword swings. Gaming pop culture, it's the chaos he brings. Talking movie reboots, superhero hype. Hondo passing the mic, now Bishop's in sight. Cutting clutch clean, frame by frame, I align. Laying bass lines heavy, keep the rhythm divine. Dropping 5 videos, can't keep up with the pace. Pass the mic back, Leo's leading the chase. Off the rails, no script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life. No script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life. Off the rails, no script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life.
Welcome back to the Lunch Hour. How are all you vital idols doing? Do we have a hell of a show for you today? I won't lie, man. I got no idea how long this stream gonna take. We have got vidya after vidya after vidya. Some of y'all just been putting some mad videos in the React Request tab. We got a lot of politics. We got the dreaded Neem Epstein. Yeah, man. There's so much to go over. Strap in for the long haul. Hopefully you enjoying your lunch hour. Get you that protein. You know, I got that green tea. No sugar, no honey, nothing. Alrighty, crew. Who we got up in this bitch? Let's see. Gal Kalerman is here. The Three Expression Warrior is here. I be the EB. PK, the one and only. Sleeping Nova. Mad Hatter is here. Fallen Angel. Yeah, no strap on either. He's correct. No strap on. At least, not for me. I don't know. Y'all freaky deeks do whatever you want to do. But none of that nonsense for me. Dinosaurus is here. What is up, Dinosaurus? I appreciate you. And we have a hell of a day. It's Thursday, that much closer to the weekend. What is up, Sir Lurkington? What is up, Roadkill? It is lunchtime. And, you know, I call this the lunch hour stream. I don't even eat lunch. Your boy got a couple of New York strip steaks thawing for when this stream is over. When it's over, gonna just get those in the skillet, right? Get those in the skillet. Gonna cook it up real nice. And then hopefully have time to eat before hold my DualShock. Lynchpin, what is up, my man with a plan? Tubby Tank. Saw Leon in Minnesota calling Ice Agent in the end. Whoa. I did not call the Ice Agent a ninja just because he was wearing a mask that only showed his eyes, okay? I did not call the Ice Agent a ninja. If anything, Ice Agents are more like samurai. Because they're not subtle whatsoever. Alrighty, crew. Why don't we just get right into it? Why don't we start some content proper? Because we're going to be up in this bitch for a minute. Gonna forcibly diversify the shires. Y'all hear about this? The UK's new initiative to make the British countryside less white. I remember when America made our countryside less white. We definitely used to have non-white people working the fields. It worked out pretty well for us. It's actually kind of a shame it stopped. So maybe this is a good idea.
Is going to try and forcibly diversify the British countryside, the shires, the place where the English come from. They want that to be as diverse as any inner city in this country. And it just comes across as genuinely psychotic. As you can see from the Telegraph reporting here, diversity drive to make Britain's countryside less white.
See, the problem is, you're getting the wrong kind of imports, UK. You're getting the wrong kind of imports. Like, if you'd have done what America did, right? We went to Africa, and we got ourselves the big, strong, muscular blacks, and we said, hey, now you're gonna work the fields, and you're gonna be good at it. But the UK, y'all got all them desert folk. And desert folk don't know how to work the fields on account of It's just all sand and shit out there. You're going about this the wrong way. Yes, the UK is doomed.
That's England. That's England, Wales, Scotland. Where do you think we come from? This is our country. I mean, it's one thing losing major cities. You're like, okay, well, I don't
War Wizards says, how does Leon even make slavery sound gay?
like the cities anyway, because the English have never felt very at home in the cities. But now it's like, yeah, no, now you need the countryside to be diversified. Because clearly the problem is that you have a homogenous community. And they're almost expressly saying this. Rural areas.
There's no almost. They are literally saying it. Like, you don't need to softball it. When you got a title, a headline, says diversity drive to make Britain's countryside less white, that's not almost saying homogenization is bad. That's outright saying if you don't if you are homogenized, if you're a homogenized society, you're inherently racist, you're inherently a bad society. I mean, pay no attention to all of, mostly like Poland or Switzerland or Japan or any of these homogenous societies with very little immigration that are doing just fine. No, you're evil.
Tasked with coming up with strategies to attract more ethnic minorities to reflect the multicultural nation. But that's the point, isn't it? The nation isn't multicultural. The nation, England, the English, is quite homogenous. And they're like, well, you don't look like the inner cities we live in. It's like, no, thank God. And I'd like to keep it that way, thank you. But instead, the government has set itself against the people itself. And again, this is...
I mean, to be fair, just looking at this photo, because this is a pretty nice photo. Looks a little chilly for my taste. But this is a pretty nice photo, right? I see nice, sprawling countrysides. That's a lot of land for the grooming gangs to roam.
An attack on England as a nation. Wales as a nation. Scotland as a nation. But this is going to affect England. They won't really care about the Welsh and Scots. It'll come to England. So anyway, these plans have been drawn up by the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, abbreviated as DEFRA. Have you ever heard of DEFRA? You probably haven't. Honestly, I hadn't until I started researching for this video. But this is it, and this is the sort of thing you would think they'd normally do. Farming rules, shake up, cut pollution and support farmers. Well, I mean...
Whoa, Sir Lurkington, no targets. I'm pretty sure the English countryside has goats.
Maybe if we weren't maybe if the Labour government wasn't constantly penalising farmers to try and put them out of business, or penalising pubs to put them out of business, blah, 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 right? Maybe we'd believe you. But anyway, the point being, this is a government department. So who runs it? Well, we can look it up. I mean, it's very straightforward. It's Emma Reynolds.
Whoa. I'm not seeing a lot of diversity here. I see two dumbass old white women. Now, where is your diversity?
MP, Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. That's her. And then she's got various assistants, Angela Eagle, Mary Cray.
More white women. But yo, UK, why did you let the white women in charge of farming? They should be in charge of one department and one department only. Department of Baby Making Affairs. Maybe you could also make a department of Sandwich Making Affairs. But all these broads got short hair, and I don't trust short-haired women to make a sandwich.
Emma Hardy, Baroness Hayman. I looked up, as you can see, I've clicked on all of these links. I looked them all up. Apart from Mary Cray, who is of Irish descent, born in Coventry, they're all English women. They're all English women who are like, no, we need more foreigners in the shires. It's like, do you understand that you're betraying your own country here? Do you understand that you are... Like, why does it have to be that it needs to reflect...
Matt Stanford says, that's a lot of white bitches betraying their people. It be your own, baby. It, like, Hypno says it all the time, it always be your own.
Reflect a multicultural nation. Why does that have to be the case? Why can't you just enjoy your multicultural... No, that's the point. It's about the country. It's about attacking the nation itself, the ethnos itself. It is not about what's good for people. I mean, they haven't said this would be good for anyone. Like,
what up, Malty?
It's not this will be, this is not going to make you safer. It's not going to make you happier. It's not going to make you feel more attached to your country. It's not going to make you... it's not going to improve your life in any way. But it will make it more diverse. They have a goal that is external to the thing itself. The goodness, the wellness of the thing itself. No, we need to make it more multicultural, more representative of the country. Sorry. You're just going to have to accept this. And so
It's so weird because you'll never see African nations be like, hey, we can't build 2-story buildings. Let's import the whites. That will fix our let's import the whites so we can build 2-story buildings. Why does it only ever go one way?
government will engineer the situation. Now, remember, they brought these people here. The only reason we have such a diverse, multicultural country is through state policy, bringing people here and giving them infinite numbers of visas. And now they're like, yeah, okay, well, that's great, but we want the countryside to be like this as well. So listen, you deranged lunatics, I don't want this. I don't want the countryside overwhelmed with millions of foreigners like you've done to the cities. I honestly...
Well, and funnily enough, I don't think that the foreigners want that either. Like, imagine that you've got like all these Muslim grooming gangs and folk coming in. They're specifically coming into the city, and then the people are like, "Hey, you need to go out to the country." They're like, "Fuck, what? There's not a 7-Eleven out in the middle of nowhere." I don't know if the UK has 7-Eleven, but you get what I'm saying. They're not gonna want to go there either. They come from bumfuck nowhere. They don't want to be in bumfuck nowhere. That's why they're coming and usurping your cities.
It's just mad. It's just mad that the government hates the people of the country so much because midwit English women have got this liberal nonsense into their heads. And therefore, they will put the good of instantiating their liberal, multicultural cult ahead of what is actually good for the country.
Yeah, so speaking of what's good for the country, so several months ago, I was on a panel. I was on a panel with my boy Film Comics Explained, Niet. We were reviewing the movie 28 Days Later. Absolute classic. 28 Days Later, like truly one of the greatest horror movies of all time. It is definitely top 50, maybe even top 20 horror movie of all time. And that movie's intrinsically British, right? A movie is intrinsically British. And near the end, when you've got the zombie outbreak, they're not zombies, they're infected. Anyway, when you got the infected outbreak, and it is pretty much, it has ravaged the nation. So we got into this discussion as to whether or not the UK should have been bombed, whether or not that was optimal. Like, look, quarantine is going to fail, bomb the UK. And only a couple people were in favor for it, and the rest of us were like, no, there's no proof as far as what the movie tells us that the infection is spread to that degree. It might be able to be contained. We might be able to take out all the infected. Like, bombing the entirety of the nation is not, we are not at that point yet. And several of us argued against it. So, I would like to take this time to retract my statement. I should have agreed with Goodwin, who was the one advocating for it. It should have been bombed. Absolutely should have. We don't need the UK anymore. The UK is unnecessary. We don't need it. If the UK had been bombed, 28 days later, all this would have been resolved.
What actually people want. And so, anyway, let's carry on, shall we? The Children's National Landscape Team has set up proposals that include outreach schemes to attract more Muslims to the area, particularly from nearby Luton and this area where they're going to do it. It's like, God, is that what you want? Is that what you want? You want it?
I love this is so funny because they're accidentally saying what they want. So when the title is let's make the farmland less white, and then they say here more Muslims. Muslims aren't a race. Like, white people can be Muslims. Hey, you shouldn't. Really, no one should be Muslim. Islam is a terrible religion. It's awful. But when they say we need to attract more Muslims to the area, they're saying brown people. Let's be real. They're saying brown people, even though the word Muslim doesn't actually indicate any sort of skin color.
I can't say anymore. I can't say anymore. Malvern Hills and various other historic English places. But look at the map, right? Look at the map. That's really interesting. That really is an interesting map. If I can squeeze in there, right? Look at that map. Oh yeah, that's a lot of Lib Dem voting. This is, by the way, sorry, I should have said these are the Lib Dem voting constituencies on the map. So if you look at where they're aiming for, they're basically targeting.
You might be right, Mad Hatter. This might be their way of like slyly trying to get the Muslim population out of the cities.
The Liberal Democrats for destruction. This is the Liberal Democrat vote share of 2024. Because the Liberal Democrats, right, are patriots, but they're patriots who are disconnected from the problems that have been inflicted on England. I mean, look exactly where, like, there's a scar that goes across the middle of England here, which is the majority of the diversity, and look how little they vote Lib Dem. No one votes Lib Dem up here, because the Liberal Democrats are quintessentially English, and I guess up here, sort of, you know, resist. Scotland's a bit of a weird example, but in England, they're a very English middle-class party. Like this,
I've
where
not seen
the
that,
diversity
Lynchpin.
has arrived, the Liberal Democrat vote share has collapsed, and that's going to happen in other places. That's going to happen elsewhere. I mean, you can already see, like the white dot here is Swindon.
Bangers and mash, bro. We're talking about the UK. Bangers and mash, not so much anymore. Maybe curry. Maybe you know, some goat and cactus. I think goat and cactus is the new bangers and mash.
It's the most diverse place in the southwest. Possibly Bristol, but anyway, which again is green, so a very small amount there. Anyway, the point being, the Shires vote Lib Dem because it's safe, right? What it means is, I'm not really into politics, and I don't really want things to change. And this is why Ed Davey ran his postmodern political campaign. And so this is just going to destroy the Lib Dems. They're going to destroy, because the second the machetes are running down their streets, these guys are voting for the hardest right party they can find. And they're like, yeah, I know, it's such a shame, but poor Polly couldn't go to school the other day because of the rape gang or whatever it is. Whatever happens to them, they'll be like, yeah, no, it's terrible. Something has to change. And so
Yeah, isn't bananas and rice a Somalian thing though? I don't think the UK is the one importing the Somalians. I think maybe the UK tried to import the Somalians, and Tim Walz was like, no, we got this, UK. We got this.
they're going to destroy the Lib Dems. They're just going to destroy them. Anyway, the area stating its plan will develop more inclusive information to reflect more diverse cultural interpretation of the countryside. It's like, that's our countryside. That's ours. It's not theirs, actually. Just like the cities were ours, but then you brought them here. And now they're like, no, they have everything about the country has to be given over because of our guilt over the British Empire. That's basically what this will boil down to. I'm so tired. Anyway, Cranbourne Chase National Landscape, which overlaps with Wiltshire, Dorset, Hampshire, and Somerset, is in the.
Are they trying to do with immigrants what the Dems did in the U.S. What the Dems in the U.S. did with illegals, saturate opposition voting areas with dependents to try and get a win forever strategy? I don't know. I'll be real. I don't know. That is an interesting theory. I don't know enough about how like the voting system and whatnot in the UK works to be able to answer that though.
Beautiful places of the country will reach people or communities with protected characteristics, such as people without English as a first language. Notice how the English are not a community with protected characteristics. Right? Having English as a first language is an anti-protected characteristic. That's a characteristic that's marked for death. It's a characteristic that is marked for diversification, to be essentially demographically attacked and put out of existence. So, well, thanks very much. Thanks, really appreciate being on the receiving end of our own fucking government, run by people who are born and raised and belong here. Right, this is the thing. So many people on the internet are like, oh, it's this group, it's that group doing it. It's like, no, right? They might be like further up the chain and be like, yeah, look, have all this diversity, but the buck stops with our own fucking government that lets them in. It lets them in. It allows these things to happen. All of this can be like, can we do this?
Go for it,
like,
PK.
No, sorry, you can't do that. And then it just stop there, and we'd be completely fine on the.
Oh yeah, no. It is not only government approved invasion. So you're almost correct, Matt Stanford. You say I think it's nothing short of government approved invasion. It's not even that. It's worse. It is government sponsored invasion. Like sponsored goes a step beyond approved, because approved would hypothetically mean we're cool with this, do what you want. But they are actually sponsoring this. They are bringing this in themselves. They are advocating for this. So it's worse than government-approved invasion.
The other side. But no, it is our own government that is like, yep, we'll bring them in, we'll give them visas, and we're going to force them into the fucking countryside. It's just mad. The management of Surrey Hills has found some demographics are still underrepresented in our countryside. I've really got to watch what I'm saying here, right? And the Suffolk they've placed to identify and seek to address barriers facing underrepresented and or diverse groups, which limits equal access to the Dedham Vale national landscape. I can't explain on the spiritual level on which this affects me. I can't explain. I've explained before.
What's crazy is he doesn't even need to explain. He doesn't even need to explain on the spiritual level how this affects him. Because it's being spiritual, right? And I get that he's using that metaphorically and whatnot, but being a spiritual thing, it's something that can be felt. And we can feel it here. We have these same issues in the U.S. Now, it's with different minority groups and different ethnic groups that are being trafficked in. But we do understand. Like, I don't need him whatsoever to try and break it down using logistics and whatnot. I can just look to Minnesota. I can just look to Minneapolis. I can just look to New York. I can just look to Chicago and be like, yeah, man, I fucking get it.
Like, the English view their countryside as an extension of their own gardens because it's been safe for hundreds of years. And so we were just able to just go wandering in the countryside. And now that's not going to
What
be
up,
true,
Grave?
right? The same effect of fear and uncertainty that pervades the cities is going to pervade the shires. They're going to destroy the last remnants of what made England beautiful, and they don't even know. Well, that may mean they probably do know what they're doing, but they probably don't realise what it is they're doing damage to, right? Because these people are going to be just dyed-in-the-wool libtards who are just like, oh yeah, diversity.
Like, why would you trust? And I think this is a legitimate question. Secretary of State for Environment, Food, and Rural Affairs. Why would you trust some dumbass liberal white woman with that sort of haircut who is like doesn't look like she even knows what food is, looks like she eats like a bird? And then Rural Affairs, she looks like she come from the city, never worked a day in her life in the fields or anything to that effect, never lived in the countryside, because your boy's a city boy, right? I live in the city. But I grew up in the fucking country. Absolutely. I absolutely know what that's like. I've helped my buddies on the farms. I lived right adjacent to farmland. We spent a lot of time out there. This is a woman, like, that doesn't know the concept of what a farm is outside maybe watching farmland, like, or they sing it in her picture books growing up from her nice, safe little house in London or whatever.
Is our strength. And therefore, everything has to be diverse, or else. Anyway, this commissioned report was overseen by Julian Glover, author and former board member. We're all paying for national landscapes through our taxes. Yet sometimes in our visits, it's felt like national parks are an exclusively, mainly white, mainly middle-class club. Sorry, Lib Dems. They're coming for you, bros. They're coming to get you. It's going to be the end of your party. Many communities in modern Britain feel these landscapes hold no relevance for them. They don't. The countryside is seen by both black, Asian, and minority ethnic groups and white people as very much a white environment. Yes, because it's where the English live.
Dude, Daniel Tosh made this joke back in the day. Daniel Tosh made a joke that he's like, I can solve racism. Only black cops. And then all white people can be firefighters. And his reasoning? Because white people are more outdoorsy. I can't fault his logic. Like, it says right here, Asian minority ethnic groups and white people sees very much sees the countryside as a white environment. Maybe it's because white people like the outdoors a bit more. Maybe white folk are just like, you know what? I like being outside around nature and working the fields and shit like that. I can't even see the ethnic groups they're bringing in that are destroying the cities fucking wanting to go to the countryside.
The English countryside. It's the shires where we live. These are the shires. There won't be a fucking shire, Pippin.
Angelo Machiavelli, my town is 97% white. Many call it white capital of Britain. Let me tell you, buddy. Enjoy it while it lasts. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Is what happens if this carries on. My God, we need the election tomorrow, and...
Why? Who cares if you have the election tomorrow? It's because the same shit's gonna happen. Because here's the dealio. Here's the difference between the UK and the US. The US got a whole lot of shit to work on, right? I ain't gonna pretend for a moment that we're perfect, that we've got... No. We are still subject to, frankly, in my opinion, an administration that is doing half measures. We are still in the thralls of just ongoing chaos. Nothing that we voted for, minus the deportation, seems to be getting done. Maybe we're finally getting some information on the Epstein files, but all in all, like, it has not been near the degree of what we wanted. Yet we still have gotten more done. We've still gotten more done in the UK, because it seems like the UK, you have two parties: communists and people who are on the left and are diehard liberal, but just aren't full-on communists. That's it. So even if you get the election tomorrow and you vote these motherfuckers in, same thing is going to happen.
Farage had fucking better do something about this. Like, obviously he's going to have to remove these people wherever they are. There. Obviously these people would have to go. But, like, the people in charge, you're going to have to be like, no, guys, what were you doing? Right? No. All of that's got to go. All of it has got to go. And this is mad. One of the
You make a good point. Modern immigration is a great justification for foreign intervention. We can fix their shit over there so they don't come here, or we just bomb them. Or we just, like, there's nothing to fix and no one to come over here if we just glass them.
One of the report's key proposals to the government was new long-term programs to increase the ethnic diversity of visitors. As in, literally, they're going to go out like Tony Blair's government did. I can't remember, was it Mandelson himself who did it? Went around getting foreigners and just press ganging them into moving to Britain. And now they're going to get the foreigners and press gang them into moving to the fucking Shires. That you will have nowhere to escape to, by the way. At the moment, well, there is a really...
You're right. Nowhere to escape to, because here's the dealio, Brits. Here's the dealio. Some of y'all cool. Some of y'all cool. Some of y'all get the pass too. But we don't want you to fucking come here either. We don't want you to come here either. Because here's the dealio. Like I said, you got two political parties. You got commie, and you got still super far fucking left. So if that be the case, we don't want you coming here and infecting us either with your liberal bullshit that will inevitably do the same thing, just maybe at a slower rate. Now again, some of you Brits are cool. Maybe if you pass a certain test, I would agree with it. But by and large, we don't want most of you here either.
Common trend of is English people moving from the town centres to the surrounding areas of the town.
That's true, Butterframe and Gold. I'll give the Trump administration credit there. That is true. They did find almost half of the 300,000 kids that Joe Biden lost. That is a factual statement.
And now they're becoming diversified. And so people are moving to the villages in the Shires and then just driving like 45 minutes to get to work. That's not going to happen, right? There's going to be nowhere safe for you to...
That is incorrect, Angelo Machiavelli. All the woke stuff there did not come from the U.S. It came from China. It did not come from the U.S. It came from China. So here's what actually happened. The identitarian woke nonsense. Well, first of all, came from the WEF, United Nations, things like that. But China has this goal of infiltrating the Western world, and the way they do that is not just China, also USSR tactics as well. So China and the remnants of the USSR have this goal of infecting the rest of the world with woke ideology, and then once that wokeness takes over, which takes 2 to 4 generations, they can then come in and usurp, because they've made generations of weak individuals, or even worse, not even weak, individuals that bow and kowtow to these new identitarian, these new ideologies. So it did not come from the U.S. Okay, Angelo Machiavelli, you are wrong, and here's why you're wrong. You say it came from American social media companies and celebrities. Right. That might be true. However, it didn't originate in America. It originated in China and remnants of the USSR that infected both. The American social media companies are heavily influenced by China and references remnants of the USSR. No, BLM is not American. BLM is remnants of the 1960s Soviet class, the Soviet Union, USSR infiltration tactics. Basically, you're starting at step 2 or 3. You're ignoring step 1. Yeah, Marxism propaganda didn't, whether it was a proxy or not, it still came to the UK from the USA. No. The fact that it's a proxy absolutely matters. Because if you're just looking at, oh, it came from here, yeah, that's, the middleman is irrelevant. Even if that's true, which I don't accept your premise that it's true, but let's say for a moment that it is. Even if your premise is true, the middleman isn't the issue. The where it starts is the issue.
To be normal, right? That's what they're making here. Anyway, let's carry on. Research showed that ethnic minorities believed visiting landscapes that were associated with white culture and see the English countryside as a white space to which they do not belong. Yeah, that's true. The countryside.
To your original argument, we would take it to the USA. It's already here. Yeah, well, duh, it's already here, but we are doing a much better job fighting against it than you guys are. The USA is doing a much better job of fighting against it than you guys are. We have far less enshrined woke ideology in our political institutions than you. So whether it started here or not, between those two, even if it started here, it has worked far more effectively over there. We have far less liberal and woke ideology here. Like, just in terms of what's enshrined in law, yeah, we have far less. It's not even a question. We can't get arrested for tweets here. We can't get we can carry guns here. Yeah, things can't flip quite fast when your entire ideology is enshrined in not even in law, but enshrined in cultural beliefs. So again, comparing it, when we say you guys will bring it here, you guys are already far deeper in the hole. Even if we started digging the hole first, even if I grant you the idea that we started digging the hole first, if you guys dug a whole lot faster, and then we say, come over here and dig our hole, then you will dig a whole lot faster. They are absolutely in cultural beliefs. They're absolutely in cultural beliefs. They are in enough cultural beliefs that the cultural beliefs of those who are against this can't do anything to stop it. It is absolutely weighted heavily in one way. The outliers are those in the Quangos. I'm not sure what the Quangos are. To be fair, the UK had a few steps ahead start in terms of being a little gay. That is also true, War Wizard. That is also true.
Side is where the English is, the Shires, as we've talked about. And they don't belong there, frankly. And I don't really want them there. And I don't know why you're doing this to us. And if this was being done in reverse, you would call it colonization. You would call it imperialism. You would...
Okay. You just answered answer yourself, Anglo. You said most citizens do not support this. They don't own the culture. Exactly. It doesn't matter who owns the culture. What matters is that there's a dominant culture. And the dominant culture, whether it's from citizens or not, is irrelevant. The dominant culture is the culture that's okay with this, which is why it's winning. So the minority culture, the citizens, the Quangos are civil servants. Gotcha. So the citizens might not support it, but it doesn't matter. Because the culture that does support it is the dominant culture. Is the dominant ideology. The culture of your citizens is irrelevant. We're watching it get removed and replaced right now. No, okay, Anglo, how can you be the dominant culture if you are losing your countryside? You're not the dominant culture. You should be. You want to be. I think you should be, but you're not. That's the unfortunate part. If you were the dominant culture, this wouldn't be happening.
Why are the British inflicting themselves on the rural...
Starmer has the lowest approval ratings as far as I can tell, so I don't understand how a sort of vote of no confidence is thrown in sitting government expunged, because they are in control. Because there are bigger powers at play. That's the whole point. A dominant culture doesn't get erased. We've seen dominant cultures get erased all throughout human history. If you have multiple smaller cultures that all come together to overthrow a dominant culture, yeah, if it's just one dominant culture versus a non-dominant, fair enough, dominant culture wins. But if you got a lot of subcultures coming after the dominant, they can get overwhelmed. That'd be fun, Anglo. That'd be fun. DM me sometime.
Land of Indians or Pakistanis or whoever. Right? If it was happening to anyone else, you would call it imperialism. One concern was that rural facilities cater to white English culture. Oh, really? Really? The English culture of the Shires caters to the English and not a bunch of foreigners. What a fucking shock. I can see why that has to change. Like, this is just evil. This is just an evil thing. They're going to destroy something beautiful and kind and gentle and peaceful that has existed for 1,000 years. They're going to destroy it. Right? Namely, protected landscapes were closely associated with traditional pubs, which have limited food options and cater to people who have a drinking culture. Accordingly, Muslims from the Pakistani and Bangladeshi groups said this contributed to a feeling of being unwelcome.
Too fucking bad. You want to go to a place that doesn't have a drinking culture? I'm sure there are plenty of other countries in the bumfuck desert where y'all fucking came from that are against drinking. Me, myself, I like drinking. I don't want to give up drinking for a fucking towel head.
Persecute Christians in those countries, by the way. Like, they literally lynch Christians in those countries. If that Christian is accused of disrespecting the Quran, accused of desecrating it, they will lynch them in the streets in both Pakistan and Bangladesh. And yet, the pubs make them feel unwelcome. It's like, well, I mean, don't know what to tell you. But yeah, unsurprisingly, the English pub caters to English people who have English tastes because this is our home. This is our home. This is where we are from. We have nowhere else. They actually do. By reference of Pakistan and Bangladesh, you have given the game away and said, oh yeah, well, they have entire nations of their own. Nations that instantly are bigger and more populous than ours. And yet, for some reason, the British government is cramming them into the fucking shires. I don't know how I'm gonna fucking relax after this. Anyway, the DEFRA spokesman said, "We will."
Yeah,
work
these
with
are absolutely
government
plans.
This began
Absolutely,
with
Matt.
the Conservatives, by the way, just so you know, right? We will work with government, public bodies, businesses, civil society, and communities to support people engaging with nature in their own ways and encourage them to do this safely. We want to equip communities with resources, knowledge, and
I'll
skills
set the Discord
so
real
they can
quick.
respond to societal and environmental issues in their neighborhood. Oh, brilliant. Oh, brilliant.
All right, so your buddies, so you say, how did your voting system work asking for a friend? Voting system, we turn into a polling station, put a pen on paper. How are votes counted, like through parliament or just by votes? Locally by council workers. Okay, all overseen by people being voted for, some members of the public, exactly. Okay, so when I said I didn't understand how the voting system worked, like, that much I gathered. Maybe I should rephrase what I mean. I don't know at what level of the... I'm trying to think of the best way to phrase this so we can get a clear answer. Because you say how is it counted through parliament or just votes? Is it popular vote or do you have a representative system like us? So is the popular vote all that matters, or is there a weighted system like we have with the Electoral College, for example? Because if it's just popular vote, you've got 49 people vote for one thing and 51 vote for another. That's that. First past the post. Not sure what you mean by that. My bad.
Right. They want to reach the widest possible demographic. And there was another bit as well that where they said, I can't remember where it is now, but they said they're going to reach them in their own language and things like this. And it's like, right, so we're going to have foreign language signs appearing in the shires because the government is desperate to get as many foreigners in them as possible.
That's what I thought as well, War Wizard, is that the constitutional republic is pretty unique to the U.S. There might be other countries that have a constitutional republic. I can't name any off the top of my head. Japan has a semblance of a constitutional republic, but it's not quite the same. Same as Canada, but I don't understand how it works. It's not like the U.S. Right, exactly.
Hate it more than anything, and I don't want it. I really don't want it.
I hope you're right. I hope there is an uprising coming, Anglo.
That there's very few copies of Islander left. So if you want one, I would definitely try and grab one now, because they will be gone very soon.
So yeah, that was that. The UK is fucked. The UK is fucked. Unless y'all start a civil war real damn soon, it's fucked. There's a video, dropped it in the chat for you guys. I mean, I couldn't even begin to tell you where to start, because you guys don't have the same protections and freedoms we do here. I mean, you guys don't fucking have access to guns. All your shit is monitored beyond belief. You can't. I don't even know how the UK would begin to organize without getting thrown in prison, because it's all monitored. But best of luck to you guys. I hope to see it. This shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be happening in the UK. Shouldn't be happening in the US. Shouldn't be happening anywhere. This is an Islamic invasion. Someone said earlier in the chat, it took a long time, but the UK lost the Crusades. Sure what it seems like. Hey, sure what it seems like. But from one appetizer to another. Holly grills Netflix CEO for promoting woke ideology, secures commitment to protect U.S. jobs. I haven't seen this. This could be interesting. This is my senator right here. This is my senator. He's kind of a mixed bag, but I do like the guy. So let's see what he had to say when grilling the Netflix CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling this hearing. Welcome to the witnesses. Mr. Sarandos, if I could just start with you. Let's continue to talk a little bit about the labor impacts here, if we could. How many U.S.-based employees does Netflix currently employ, do you know?
About 10,000.
What about in production roles?
Well, it's a fluid number, but we've had about 155,000 production jobs.
How about now?
On our originals. At any given time, I don't know the number exactly, sir. I can follow back with your staff, though.
Warner Brothers, how many U.S. production jobs?
I don't have the exact number, but it would be, I would think, in the 8,000 range.
Okay.
How do you have numbers for that? Maybe I'm crazy here, but as a studio head, as a business head, you would think this question would have been obvious. You're going before the U.S. Congress here to answer questions. How many employees you have and in what roles? Should have been a given, question-wise. I don't know. I would think they should know this.
Okay. Here's my question. If this merger goes through, what's your projection about the amount of domestic production, say, 2 years from now? Is it going to be static? Is it going to decline?
Our production is going to increase.
Domestic production.
Domestic production
Employment.
is going to increase. Most of our production is domestic, and it will continue to increase. We've recently forecast our content spend, independent of this deal, to grow to $20 billion. That's a combination of licensing, producing. Now, those licensing dollars compel production as well. That's why it's hard to get an exact number.
Let me show you the data here about U.S. production recently.
Yeah.
It's the red line here, starting from in 2021. You can see it is pretty much straight downward. There's been massive shift in production, as I think as Senator Schiff was alluding to just a moment ago, massive shift in production overseas to other foreign jurisdictions, leaving the United States. So will you commit to increasing domestic United States production and domestic United States production jobs? Did I hear you just say you would?
Senator Hawley, absolutely. It's in our business plan. It's in our long-term operating DNA. I will point out, sir, respectfully, that chart is Los Angeles.
Yeah, but it is Los Angeles, but if you look at the data, it is reflective. This reflects all of U.S. production. U.S. production is not going up, right?
But some of these jobs have moved.
It's going down.
Some of these jobs have moved to
yeah,
New
but the
Jersey.
overall numbers are going down, and this is exactly the concern.
Now, to Ted Sarandos' credit, I do feel like yes, the overall numbers can still be going down. Like the overall numbers of U.S. Production in the Hollywood scene and whatnot can still be going down. But if he's being like, well, no, we've moved some to Georgia, we moved some to Nevada, we moved some to Texas, then you would see a decrease in the Los Angeles numbers, while a potential increase in other areas, even if overall it's still a decline.
Of labor. And without objection, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into a statement for the record from the Teamsters, who have major concerns about this deal, as does, frankly, pretty much every segment of labor, Mr. Sarandos. And what they all say is they're worried that you're going to cut residuals, which is effectively payments. You're going to cut production jobs. So let's just go through a few commitments here. Will you commit to using union labor for all domestic shoots?
We do use union labor.
Will you commit to using it in the future for all of your domestic shoots if this deal goes through?
Senator Hawley, we do use, this is the most unionized industry in America, and we use union labor on all our production.
And you're going forward. I'm looking for a commitment.
You have my commitment.
Will you commit to a 45-day or longer theatrical release window for major Warner Brothers films?
Senator Hawley, I just said that I would do that under oath, so yes.
Good. And will you commit to...
That's an interesting twist. A 45... Let's roll that back. I want to make sure I understood that.
You have my commitment.
Will you commit to a 45-day or longer theatrical release window for major Warner Brothers films?
Senator Hawley, I just said that I would do that under oath, so yes.
Good. And
now, this is absolutely in contrast to what he said like a month or two ago. A month or two ago, Sarandos said that the average would be a 12-day theatrical window, 12 to 14-day. So, I mean, if they're doing 45 days, which is about average nowadays, really it should be, exactly what I was about to say, Killer Mike. 90 days used to be, now, 90 days did used to be standard. we do have a lot more like movies and whatnot coming out. Look, theaters have closed a lot. We've got a lot less screens than we used to have. So if you constantly have movies coming out, and you've got to fill those slots, 90 days does seem like a bit much. Maybe 60. I still think 45 is too little. But by the same token, if people aren't going to the fucking movies to see the movies, if you're not going to the theater to see the movies, why would you keep it in there if you're not getting any return on investment? That's a tricky one to move through. But yeah, I mean, 45 absolute minimum. 45 absolute minimum.
And will you commit to fairly compensating your workers in the industry with residual payments?
Well, our top of market payment has been Netflix's business philosophy since we started operating over 25 years
listen,
ago.
what you have been routinely accused of compressing and reducing residuals, it's one of the biggest objections to labor to this deal. So let's see if you can lay that to rest today. Will you commit to full residuals?
Senator Hawley, I would like to tell you this is a very complicated answer because we prepay.
That's usually on the way to no. That's usually a way of saying no. So I'm looking for yes.
Senator Hawley, I understand this is not a yes or no answer.
It kind of is, though.
It kind of isn't because, and we were going to sit down with the unions.
You're disappointing me.
Starting in the next few days, sir, we're sitting down with the unions for new contract talks that start actually in 3 days.
That's a complicated, long no. I would really hope it would be yes.
Okay. Are you asking me to commit to residuals in the traditional form? Because I don't think that applies in many cases. That's why I'm getting there.
All right. Well, I think you've got some work to do on that, Mr. Sarandos, and I would hope that you'd reconsider your position. Before my time expires, I want to ask you about something else related to children. Why is it that so much of Netflix content for children promotes?
All right. Before we get to the woke stuff, Killer Mike says, "Boom!" He fucking said, "I'm lost. What's this about?" Yeah. Holly, I like Holly. Like. I have some issues with Holly because, so he was, he's actually local to the area I live in, and he climbed up the ladder real fast. And that makes me question his, his funding, where he comes from, what his goals and ideas are. But anytime I see him in this setting as a senator, I do appreciate the way he handles it. I really do. I'm lost. What's this about? This is about the Netflix Warner Bros. Buyout, and they're about to go into the woke ideology aspect of why there's been so much ideological leftist bullshit in Netflix. But before we get into that, he was basically referring to how is Netflix going to handle the Warner Brothers acquisition? How are they going to put films in theaters? What are they going to do in terms of the financial residuals? He is a current less of two evils. Yeah, right. He is the lesser of two evils. Netflix doesn't pay residuals. Now, paying residuals is interesting. Now, obviously, I think that residuals should be paid. Oh, yeah, he's a boss in the Senate. Yes, agree. He's a boss in the Senate. Anyway, obviously, I think residuals should be paid. Absolutely. By the same token, these products aren't making fucking money to begin with. So it's hard to pay residuals on shit that's not making money, largely because it's infested with all of this bullshit, which is what they're about to get into. So let's roll it back a bit.
Why is it that so much of Netflix content for children promotes a transgender ideology? Almost half of your content for children, I'm talking about minor children now, I'm not talking about teenagers, minor children, promotes a transgender ideology agenda. I was just looking at the data here from your various series. And what concerns me is just 2 days ago, a jury in New York awarded a former transitioner $2 million. All
right. So in case you guys didn't hear about this story, I'll go ahead. I'll tell you this story real quick. The fact this happened in New York is wild. So, girl transitions at the age of 16. And when I say transition, I mean full gender reassignment surgeries, everything. Now, they want to tell us gender reassignment surgeries don't happen to minors. Well, proof that they do. Because in New York, just a few days ago, they were awarded a case. The girl that transitioned at 16 was awarded $2 million in a basically a medical malpractice lawsuit because she was convinced by both her therapist and the doctor that this was what should be done. That medical transition was the move. And even in New York, by a jury trial, they voted this was medical malpractice. So it's going to be real interesting to see how Sharon Dose gets around this.
Because she said that her psychologists and others pressured her into, they pushed on her an ideology that proved to be extremely detrimental. I'm sure you know that in the UK, the National Health Service in the UK has said that they're not going to perform transgender surgeries or any longer so-called gender-affirming care for minors, including in counseling, because it is so incredibly detrimental. Our own HHS has come forward.
I don't know if it was the same one that was interviewed by Jordan Peterson.
Similar findings this past year, yet if you turn on Netflix, you'll find that an enormous amount, and I say this as a parent with 3 young children, an enormous amount of your children's programming has this ideology and agenda in it. Is this an advocacy position for Netflix? Is this an ideological commitment you have? I mean, why is this?
Senator Hawley, Netflix has no political agenda of any kind.
So, this is a very tricky answer. Because if you listen to Atreus, and to be fair, I kind of agree with Atreus on this one. But part of me doesn't. I'm mixed. Netflix themselves... Now, hold on. Y'all say, right, bullshit. Hold on. Let me lay out the counter-argument before you guys jump in. I want you to listen to the argument, and I want you to think about it for a moment, because I know we've all been preaching about wokeness, we've all been preaching about the trans ideology and the gay shit and the rainbows and all the Netflix shows. I get it. All right? Because I've been railing against that shit for ages. But, Sir Lord Jr. beat me to it. Netflix as a company, if he says Netflix doesn't have an ideological... Hey, Sleepy Nova, shut the fuck up for a sec. Like I said, let me explain the argument. You can't say bullshit if you haven't even heard the argument yet. Back to what I was saying. He just said that Netflix does not have a political lean to them one way or the other. That could technically be true. Netflix could be completely apolitical, and they say, we want to make money. And then they hire people who says, I'm going to do the new He-Man, the new Transformers, this movie here, this show there, all that, this, that, and the other. And all they say is, this popular thing, this will make money. The people they hire, the third-party studios, the writers, whatnot, they have the agenda. They're the ones that put this stuff in the TV shows and the movies, whatnot. And Netflix is like, as long as it makes money, we don't care. We'll put it out there. Now, that would mean that technically Netflix does not have a bias politically. They hire writers and people for projects that they want to make money with, and those writers have that bias. This is a way that he can answer the question, and it technically be true. A company doesn't have a political affiliation. The C-suite, though... Right, Matt. All the belly aching over ice is the same ACAB. Kingo, we're talking about fucking... We're talking about Netflix right now. Shut the fuck up if you're not going to engage with what we're talking about right now. Let's see. You may be talking about the company itself, and I'm talking about the writers they hire, right? All the gender reassignment surgeries and hormone blockers are big money. Yeah, absolutely. It is absolutely a big pharma scam. Yeah, transgenderism is a big pharma scam.
I would tell you that...
Well, then why is your children's program so full of this highly sexualized, highly controversial agenda? I don't understand it. It seems strange to me.
Respectfully, sir, it's because it's inaccurate. We have millions of hours of children's programming.
You're saying it's not there. You don't have trans. You don't feature trans characters, trans storylines, trans themes. It's not in your programming.
I'm saying we feature a wide variety of stories and programs to meet a wide variety of people's tastes.
Why is almost half of it? Why does almost half of your children's program feature this highly controversial?
He's sweating, bro. Sarandos is sweating.
Highly sexualized material. That just seems strange to me. It can't possibly be a reflection of the population.
Senator High, I don't have any idea where that number would come from or what that would be.
The number was very easy to gauge. Okay, here's where the number comes from, Sarandos. Let's say you have 100 kids shows, 100 shows on Netflix Kids. If 50 of those 100 kids shows have openly transgender characters, dialogue, ideology, whatnot, that's very easy to track because all you have to do is watch all the 100 shows and make a note of which ones have the ideology in them. Yeah, bro is absolutely trying to feign ignorance.
Believe that's been your personal experience, but I can't speak to that.
Well, what do you mean you don't think it's been my personal
I don't-
experience? You don't think that I monitor what my children watch on your... Here's what I tell you what my personal experience is since you bring it up. My personal experience is that my 3 children, I can't let them watch anything they want on Netflix. I can't let them watch anything on Netflix unless I preview it because I don't have confidence in what's on your platform. I don't know what they're going to encounter, and I tell you what, I don't want my kids being pushed an agenda about their sexuality or gender identity when I have not had the opportunity first to discuss it with them and to form them in that. And I, frankly, on behalf of parents around the country, it offends me that Netflix is pushing this content at parents in what seems to be a very coordinated, thought through, planned out agenda in a way that, frankly, I think undermines parents, certainly undermines me and my wife. We have to watch every show beforehand before we can let our kids watch it. Now, I don't know. That seems pretty concerning to me. I know you make a gob of money on it, and maybe that's the answer. But it just seems to me that it's a disservice to the parents of this country, particularly given what's happening with our youth on this subject.
So, Senator, if I may answer, like I said, we have millions of hours of content on Netflix at any given time. We have state-of-the-art tools for you to manage.
Notice how he's rephrasing this. Notice how he is reframing the question. He's saying they have millions of hours of content. Uh-huh. If you have a show with 12 episodes and you have a show with 50 episodes, one of them has more hours of content than the other. However, if the show with 12 episodes features gender ideology and the show with 50 episodes doesn't, or vice versa, the show with 50 hours features gender ideology and the show with 12 episodes doesn't, that is still content that has this, and we're looking at it on a show-by-show basis, not broken down into an hourly calculus. He is in, this is a very intentional reframing of Holly's question. Dude's trying real fucking hard.
Those choices for your children and to block any title that you might be offended by for any reason. So we are parents at Netflix as well. We share all your concerns about raising kids and also the ability to raise them as you see fit in your household and anyone else's household as well.
My concern is that you don't share my values or those of many other American parents, and you want the United States government to allow you to become one of the largest, if not the largest streaming monopolist in the world. I think we ought to be concerned about what content you're promoting.
Damn. That was awesome. Yeah, so let's read some comments for a moment.
Senator Hawley, you're recognized for your question.
Let's see, here we go. Alrighty. If Serranos is smart, he'll go back to Netflix after this and start pushing for answers. I don't doubt it's so high after this and start, I don't doubt it's so high up and the only numbers focus. He doesn't know something. No, I think he knows. I absolutely think he knows. There's no way that Netflix in 2026 with the cultural zeitgeist we have now, when you've got Bud Light hiring Dylan Mulvaney, when you've got Pride Parades, when you've got what happened with Target, when you've got all this stuff going on, there's no way that the CEO of the company doesn't know whether or not they're engaging in those sorts of activities. He's likely A-okay with it because it makes money. Now, that doesn't mean that he's inherently in favor of it one way or the other. Likely just the money comes first. So, for example, we've got right here, Sir Lurkington says, if they're making money on it, it's because it's subsidized by the likes of the WEF moneybags who want to force change in cultures for whatever stupid reason they have because the stuff doesn't break even. Exactly. The entire thing is like, it very well could be, we know this is happening, but since we're getting paid, we don't care that it's happening. That them having an ideological push to do so isn't the same as we'll just let it happen because we're making money. Now, both are evil, but they're two different kinds of evil. that was meant to the Netflix CEO. I call bullshit. Would he commit to adding a filter to exclude any content featuring those things? I don't think that shit should be being made at all. But if you're gonna find a middle ground, sure, I guess you could do the middle ground that way. Grandfather Paradox blew my mind. How good it's set up. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. What up, D-Stock? So yeah, stop fucking talking. Do something about it. Well, it's a dormant site. To do something about it, it has to first be entered into court record that it's happening. So when they go into these, Senate committee hearings and whatnot, this is all recorded. It's all now. I'm not a fan of bureaucracy. I'm just explaining how it works. You have to have all this information on record under oath before something can be done about it, because you have to have, you have to have the information to do something about it. You have to be able to show proof of this is happening. Here's what we're going to do. And to do that, you have to get the Netflix CEO to acknowledge that's what's happening. The Bud Light campaign would have been genius if it turned Mulvaney base and straight. It would have. Absolutely would have. Trans kids are not real, so content for them shouldn't be made. I agree with that completely, War Wizard. I absolutely agree with that. Yeah, you can call it legal jargon, and I agree that it's legal jargon, but it's still legal jargon that, by the way how our system works, does have to be handled, does have to be taken care of. So yeah, by them bringing in Ted Sarandos and having these conversations, they now have precedent to enact whatever processes they want to try after that. Now, will they actually do it? I don't know. He knew what he was doing, he just didn't care. Now he's drowning in cold sweat. Exactly, Alucard. Exactly. Those hearings are so much better than Parliament question periods. At least they sometimes actually answer the questions that get asked. Canadian politicians have made obfuscation an art form. I've seen plenty of them. I agree. Yeah, it is almost impressive how much they're able to obfuscate. The system is corrupted. Can it be saved? I don't have an answer for that, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for that. Alrighty, so let's go on to talk about more leftist insanity. How Mom Donnie has broken New York City.
Only a month in, they're having mass amounts of garbage just piling up everywhere. It literally looks like a socialist mass. Only a month in, they're having...
What did you expect when you got a Muslim mayor? What did you expect when you got a Muslim mayor, baby?
Mass amounts of garbage just piling up everywhere. It literally looks like a socialist nightmare. But also, it wasn't just one guy saying, oh, the snow's getting really bad over here. It was this other person talking about the garbage piling up. It's like, it's higher than the vehicles, overflowed dumpsters, trash everywhere. The snow has been melted for quite some time, so this didn't just drop yesterday. But then everybody, the Bronx, Brooklyn, like, it's all bad everywhere. It's getting so bad that even, who is this? Dr. Naomi Wolf was saying it's so bad, the trash has been out there for so long, it's actually starting to have the rats tearing up the garbage bags to feast on what's in there.
We shouldn't need confirmation from the CEO. The evidence is right there. No, you absolutely should. You absolutely should, because the CEO is the one that needs to be held to account. The CEO is the one that needs held to account, and it all needs to be entered into the legal proceedings, into the documentation. You can't just come out and say we think this is happening. I mean, you can, but it's a whole lot stronger of an argument when you say the CEO of Netflix has confirmed under oath that this is happening.
It's gonna get worse. A month in. Oh God.
Shoulders.
A Christmas tree as of February 3rd. Who does that?
Literally up to my shoulders.
Rat feast, yep.
There's a Christmas tree.
Socialism, baby. Socialism. You love to see it. It's not socialism. The weather was so bad the garbage trucks couldn't get... Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck... This is New York City. They know the levels of snow they get. This isn't their first winter storm. They know how to salt the roads. They know how to clear the fucking roads. Like, this has got some... New York's got some of the heaviest traffic in the country. This is by choice. If not by choice... Let me rephrase. This is due to the complete and utter incompetence of socialism.
Pack of diapers? I mean, it's all bad, but the idea is, I think if you're a sanitation worker in New York City, those unions need to start firing up their comrades to start striking. Again, I'm not a big fan of union striking, but if they ever wanted a quote-unquote living wage, they have New Yorkers on their heels right now. They have a mayor that's all about giving the people a living wage and, you know, raising up the lower class. You guys are the working lower class. If you ever had a chance of getting $30 to $50 an hour, now would be the time. Because not only is it the garbage, but it's also the fact that, what is it? I don't want to misidentify him as a homeless person, but I'm guessing he's a homeless person. Just trying to get warm by standing on top of this sewer.
You saw in the news earlier they said they found 3 bodies. Yeah. It's so sad.
Yeah, is this the... I know the left thought they were going to get a socialist utopia. This is the socialist utopia they're talking about. They didn't vote for this. Actually, no. They didn't think this is what they were voting for, but this is what they voted for.
And we all knew it, and we all tried to tell them. Every single motherfucking one of us was like, yeah, hey, guys, we have seen this play out in a myriad of other countries and regions and parts of the world. We can tell you how it works. It's not right-wing chud stuff. It's fucking history. But you didn't listen. All your Ivy League schooling and all your rich liberal white Karen friends. These uneducated Republicans in the Midwest that unclog toilets for a living. Plumbers. They don't know what they're talking about. They can't possibly have a library of history books behind them because they find that shit interesting. They have no idea. Yeah, we fucking told you. Get fucked, New York. You deserve this. If I was Spider-Man, homie, if I was Spider-Man, I would make myself a rucksack made of my own fucking webs, and I would hightail it to Dallas. I'd hightail it to Dallas. Socialists don't deserve to be saved by superheroes. Green Goblin, you can stay. Green Goblin can stay in New York, and he can fuck up all the citizens. Spider-Man, you peace out, homie. Doc Ock ain't gonna be using his fucking arms to pick up trash bags. He's going to be using it to strangle motherfuckers that are throwing out the trash. Like, it's... Oh, dude.
In the street, insanely dangerous. NYPD's right there, watching him. Yeah, hell aura. No refunds. And it's sad, because, you know, we can make jokes and we can talk about this, but this is human suffering. Like, this guy doesn't...
Oligar with a 5-banger says, goodbye, New York. Hello, New Iraq. They voted for it. New Iraq is paying for it. Shout out. Fucking facts. Then UAF Omega with a 2-banger says, you need a few inches to be Spider-Man. Bullshit. But wait, bullshit. Hold on. Hold on. How tall is Spider-Man? 5'10". 5'10". I am 2 inches shorter than Spider-Man, okay? I am 2 inches shorter than Spider-Man, and I weigh less. He is 5'10", approximately 165 pounds. I am 5'8", and 154 pounds. Alright, I'm actually not far off from the Spider-Man build. Thank you very fucking much. Bitch. Also, shout out you guys. Thank you so much for the 2-bangers, and for the 5-banger. I'll go ahead and play y'all a clip.
I'm loving the game. The game would absolutely get a pretty high score from me.
How many bananas?
A solid 8.5 incher for sure.
I didn't, what? No.
And wouldn't it be nice to live together?
First of all, thank you guys. Appreciate it. This is why Leon's always sitting. Fuck you guys. Fuck you. I'm not that short. I'm not that short. I'm taller than Kata. I'm notably taller than Kata, motherfuckers.
He doesn't have to stand on top of a sewer to stay warm, to stay alive because of these 16 individuals that have since passed away, and then gets a job.
Next to him, cars going back and forth.
But he doesn't get a regular job after this. This is like when I would see homeless people in Los Angeles. I don't mean this like in a derogatory way, but seeing these guys in this state always makes me see like how sad is it that this is likely the last chapter of their life.
Honestly, not that sad. Honestly, not that sad. Maybe it's just me. Because I've been homeless before. And it was because of my own choice, guys. It was my own choice. Like, just like most homeless people, right? I chose to run away from home. I chose to live in a car and couch surf. I chose to play my guitar on the street for money in hopes to get enough money to get some fucking McDonald's to feed me. Like, this is all based on choices.
This is how it ends. It's not
Have fun,
glamorous. It's socialism. But why is that guy just standing out there in the street, barely trying to get warmth from a freaking sewer after a snowstorm? Apparently, he said cleaning up homeless camps to force them indoors is no longer required.
Now, to be fair, this is one of the few things that Mom Donnie's right about. Cleaning up homeless camps to force them indoors is no longer required, because if you just let them freeze to death, then it's a problem that solves itself. If you let them freeze to death, it's a problem that solves itself. Why clean them up and stick them indoors if we could just let them fucking die? If you ever doubted the dude was a Muslim, he's real okay with letting innocent people die.
Since the start of his administration, thousands of sweeps have happened since 2024, but no one has been offered permanent housing, and I think the data from May...
Yeah, offering these people permanent housing is nuts. The idea that how many people actually have permanent housing over in these big cities? Like, everybody's struggling. You're saying, this gentleman deserves a home? Like, yeah, get him a shelter, do something for him. But now they keep on asking. They're asking for the moon all the time. He'll promise it for him, but he'll never deliver.
Was 114 were offered in shelter. Will you continue those things they were asking you not to?
No.
And
Nope. Yeah, they're not doing it. And the sad thing is everybody, like, what is this, Google searching NYC snow endings, and there's all these different search results, like severe cold is blamed for at least 16 endings in New York City. Mom Donnie takes friendly fire from DSA allies as a blizzard. There's a life and death issues from New York City's winter storm pileup. Like, every single outlet, all the left-wing outlets, like Fox is saying 16 are gone, but NBC New York also saying 16 are gone. 4 days ago it was 14. 2 days ago it's 16. It keeps on going up, and they're doing nothing for them because, what is this? The councilwoman, the Democrat from Brooklyn, saying, hey, look, there was an outage that left 2,000 without power in Crunchy Granola Park Slope. Why are they calling it like that? But just the idea that what made New Yorkers think I don't want to say he's like a spoiled rich kid, but a guy that hasn't had a real job, hasn't really provided anything of substance, and their entire life is now going to take charge of one of the greatest cities in America. And
because he's just like them. Because he's just like them. Man, the upper echelon New York are all exactly like him. Spoiled rich kids that didn't have to work for shit, that think they can solve all the world's problems because they took a philosophy class at Harvard. That's exactly why. Like, don't even pretend for a moment that this is some fucking shock. The only difference between Mom Donnie and most other leaders in New York is he's fucking brown. Aside from that, aside from his religion, his ethnicity, he thinks the exact same fucking way.
Fix it after all these actual accomplished people have done. I'm not saying I liked Cuomo. I'm not saying that I liked not Cuomo. Who was before Eric Adams? Chad. Spoiled rich kid. Yeah, he's a spoiled rich kid. Because Cuomo was a governor, right? De Blasio, there it is. Thank you. Mayor Bill de Blasio, the guy that said, hey, if you guys get your mandated government medicine, you can get a cheeseburger. You can get some French fries. Yeah. Bill de Blasio, that's what I'm talking about. But yeah, how is he going to do better than these career politicians, or I would like to say New York police or a New York police captain would have some real world experience, but then after he was seen on camera saying some racist stuff about being on his white counterparts, on the white cops, yeah, maybe he was just a guy playing the political game and not actually accomplishing stuff out there in the street. But again, how is he gonna protect New York homeless from the snowstorm when he can't even pick up the garbage? Like, look, this is how bad that one video was just from Dr. Naomi Wolf. This is some other random one. 6 feet tall, just garbage heaps taller than people out there.
Yeah, I might look short, but I only look short when standing next to all of the garbage piled up in New York fucking city.
I would feel bad for New York, but you can't feel too bad for a place that keeps on voting for their own demise. It's sad.
And that's why I don't feel bad for them. You want who I feel bad for? I feel bad for Illinois. I feel bad for Illinois as a state because they're entirely controlled by Chicago. Illinois would be a red state if not for Chicago. To be fair, most of these states would be red states if not for their big cities. That's neither here nor there. The point is, man, I've traveled through Illinois because I used to think Illinois was a cesspool, bro. I used to think Illinois was a cesspool. I got a friend that was traveling through Illinois. Now I live in an open carry state. No problem whatsoever. But we border Illinois. Friend of mine, she drove into Illinois. She got pulled over. It was like speeding, like 7 miles over, something like that. And she got arrested for having a gun. Why did she get arrested for having a gun? Because of the legal establishment that's all out of Chicago, even though the rest of Illinois is a fucking red state, and she was in bumfuck farmland. He was like, look, the rules are that you're supposed to have the gun locked in a lockbox in your trunk, unloaded, all this ridiculous shit. So what happens if she gets carjacked? A lot of good that gun will do, but Chicago fucks this shit up. Yeah, I feel bad for Illinois because Chicago fucks it up with the rest of them. Now, I don't feel bad. Fuck that cop. That cop could have given her a warning, but he didn't. He's a dog of the state like most cops. But for the people of Illinois, yeah, I don't feel bad for LA. I don't feel bad for Chicago. I don't feel bad for New York. Fuck all y'all. Every one of you. Seattle, with your Chaz zone and whatnot, you deserved it. You brought it on yourselves.
But then, it doesn't even mean like the garbage is the worst problem, because over here, Freedom News TV, it's like Olivia Scootercaster showing us, even when they did plow the streets, they just plowed it on top of vehicles.
And you can't just drive through that. For you guys that might not know what snowbanks are like, it's not just like light, fluffy snow. It's like, oh, well, once I get in my fucking minivan here, I'll just move my wheels to the left and I'll drive through it. This shit is basically compacted ice at this point. You can't, they are blocked in and boxed in until that's either removed or it melts. These cars are inaccessible.
These cars are done. Starting to look like the video game The Division, exactly. You're playing the video game The Division when you're out there in the streets, but yes, snowplows all bad. Some people saying all they're doing is plowing the snow that is in one embankment in one area and is spreading it around to be a problem to everybody else, and it looks bad.
We are in front of Atlanta Zoo, and the snow patrol is clearing up over here. Big mounds of snow, but instead of carting away...
Yeah, so, yeah, Fowen Akaiser says packed snow and 20 degrees or less is basically concrete. So I had this, I had a wreck. This is probably, 13 years ago? It's probably 13 years ago. I was driving home from work. It was real late. It was like 1 a.m. And now all of our roads and whatnot were clear. It was still like icy, but the roads had been cleared, and so they had plowed. And the snow embankments were like 14 foot high, And this fucking, I'll never forget what kind. It was a silver Alero. This silver Alero cuts me off. I'm in my 96 Jeep Grand Cherokee at the time, and I slammed on the brakes because it cut me off, and because of all the ice in the road and whatnot, I fishtailed and I went right in to this snow embankment, Totaled the entire vehicle. Totaled the entire fucking vehicle. It was literally like just driving into a wall of concrete.
They're spreading it out equally on the entire road. So hopefully it's gonna...
This is such an analogy for socialism, saying we can't fix poverty, but you know what we can do? We can spread it around so everybody can enjoy a little bit of poverty too.
Gonna melt quicker, but look at this. It's almost like 3 inches over here.
Yeah,
but
it takes forever to melt. You could go to like 60-degree weather. You go to like 60-degree weather. You could have that weather for a week straight, and it will take days upon days for it to melt. People underestimate how long, especially if you don't live in an area that gets a lot of snow and stuff. It takes ages for it to melt. Yeah, because it'll melt, but it'll refreeze at night. Exactly. You'll have all the water, so it'll start to melt, and the water will start trickling down, and then once the sun goes down, it just refreezes. Snowed here 2 weeks ago. I still have ice on my front lawn. Right. We haven't gotten snow in about 2 weeks. I still have. We've got ice out the ass. And again, our roads are fine and whatnot, because we're mostly competent in that regard. But all the embankments and whatnot, that shit's going to be there for probably another couple of weeks. Hey, Michael Tiny with a 10 banger says, glad you made it okay, Leon. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it, homie, and thank you so much for the 10 banger. This is for you.
Name one word that starts with G pronounced like J. Gentrification. Shoot, should have thought of that. I was just in San Francisco.
Truly appreciate it, homie. Thank you so much. Did you already cover the Minecraft stuff? Face Connect just threw their talent gel under the bus for a completely innocuous... No, I haven't. The Minecraft stuff will be near the end of the stream. But I'll look into the Face Connect stuff if you remind me when we get closer to it.
It's like 15 degrees tonight, so this is all going to become a sheet of ice. Yeah. Liberalism is a mental disorder. Mama's like Mamdani. He wants to make this place socialist. He wants to spread the snow equally.
So he said it too. Yeah,
everyone equally gets the same amount of snow. What do you gotta say? What do you gotta say over there, Mr. Schwartz? You're looking fine. You're looking fine. Fresh.
Yeah, whatever. But it's funny that
Patrick Rocks is for a 2-banger. Sorry for the video you about to react to from me. Oh, don't worry. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks for the 2-banger,
homie.
homie.
Just one place had one new hire, diversity hire, whatever it is, messing up. But apparently this was everywhere. Like, this person actually captured him on recording saying, no. The entire department is like this. No rat is illegal on stolen trash. Yes.
He's just dumping it in the fucking dustbin.
Seems about right.
How much y'all want to fucking bet? How much y'all want to fucking bet this is an illegal immigrant? Like, if I had to wager a guess, this is a DEI hire or an illegal immigrant who probably shouldn't even be operating in New York. Probably doesn't have a license, right? Probably doesn't have a license. Probably isn't qualified to drive that type of machinery. This New York is not real. Like, dude, this is a fucking clown show. Who on God's green... You watch movies, right? You watch movies set in the 90s, and New York is this shining beacon. It's all fake, dude.
This guy's just having the time of his life.
And did that other plow honk at him because he was about to play fucking chicken with it? Hold on, whoa. This damn DEI hire was about to, like y'all seen the movie Footloose? Remember when they're playing chicken with the tractors in Footloose? We are literally watching that in New York City. Only I can goddamn guarantee you it's not Kevin Bacon driving that bitch.
And it's 2 of them.
They don't have horns? I don't know if they have horns or not. Maybe it was a different car. Fair enough. Maybe it was a different car. It doesn't alter the fact that it doesn't alter the fact whatsoever that they were still playing chicken.
I would say they're playing the video in reverse, like he didn't really do it, but then gravity doesn't work that way, and this guy wouldn't be walking backwards.
7 degrees of Kevin Bacon, though. Yeah, dude, 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon's wild. Everyone has a 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon. So, my 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon, mine is actually it's like 5 degrees of Kevin Bacon. Because, I I know my physics teacher in high school. My physics teachers, because he explained this to us when we were in physics class. The 7 rings of Kevin Bacon. So I know my physics teacher. My physics teacher knew, it was like his college roommate or whatever. His college roommate was had some relation to somebody else who knew Kevin Bacon. So that it was 5 rings from Kevin Bacon for me. I don't remember, this was like 9th grade. This is like fucking 20 years ago or whatever. Or 15, however long ago I was in 9th grade. Yeah, almost 20 years ago. But like, so yeah, it was, I could be misremembering. The point is it's 5 rings.
Yeah, he's getting paid. He's getting paid, by the way. He's getting paid our tax dollars because I think New York City needed a bailout, right?
This is crazy.
It's like the meme when you lie on your resume and you still get the job. He's drifting. He's drifting. Yes.
I kind of want to get down there and give it a go.
Is this like a...
He's just dumping it in the street.
Dude, this is like when you're cooking, specifically when you're baking, and they're like, you need to flour the surface that you're going to be baking on so that you can knead the dough and it not get stuck. He's just flouring the roads of New York City.
Who told him to do this? Yeah, Bobcats are so much fun, but not on our time. Yeah. You're done with the internet already. No, guys, it only gets worse from here. It only gets worse from here. Because, yeah, it does not this part, but this girl, when the snow plowing is this bad, yeah, we laugh at this, but actual New Yorkers suffer. Like, this woman, I think, is like this. I think she's elderly, and she can't even get her way around the city right now.
This is blowing my. You see how this lady can't even barely get across the street? Because y'all want to shovel the snow wrong?
That's mama. It's a slippery here.
Okay, I was about to say, you better not just be recording. You better help her out. Okay, they're helping her. We're good.
I dig that because she recorded it. She got off of social media. She documented what's happening.
You should get this guy live, Leon. What, like Decoy? I've sent Decoy a message before.
I
would love to talk with Decoy.
Like National Geographic, when they see a gazelle being eaten by a pack of tigers. I'm getting that gazelles on tigers. Gazelle gets eaten by a pack of lionesses. There you go. She actually went out there and helped. I dig this.
Because they wrong. Why would they shovel it like this?
How do disabled people travel in the snow in New York City? Because chances are they don't. Yep. I was just privileged enough to have my boyfriend help me yesterday. I had to go into work for a grant proposal, and no one was forcing me to go, and it's okay. Don't.
Insanely dangerous for you to be on the street like this, but that's how it is across the entire city. It's only bad. It's getting worse. So what is Mayor Mamdani working on while disabled New Yorkers can't even get to their appointments? While old ladies can't get to the grocery store. While
yeah, his bat's great.
City employees Tokyo drift their way, or Tokyo drift our tax dollars away. You know, what happens? Yeah, class action or lawsuit against New York City, 100%. There will be one.
This is fine winter edition.
Come out
That's
of your
good.
Pocketbooks because they'll need a bailout. Because what are they doing with this time? What is this number one priority? Helping out Haitians.
Makes sense. Haitians don't know what snow is like, so he's really got to be there for the Haitians. Yeah, that checks out.
To Haitian New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. If you have temporary protected status, you've been forced to live in limbo for the last year. Unsure whether this country would allow you to stay and build your lives with dignity. Temporary protected status for Haitians was set to end today, February.
Okay, so it ended. I don't care what no federal judge appointed by Biden says. It ended. Go home. We helped you out. Go home.
3rd. Last night, a federal judge temporarily blocked that termination while the case moves forward. But let's be clear. The federal government will appeal, and this temporary protection is not permanent. You deserve stability.
No, it's permanent. It's permanent. It shouldn't be. We don't want it to be, but it's permanent. How is it permanent? Because they're going to keep extending it, and eventually there's going to be somebody in power that agrees with them ideologically, who's just going to enshrine laws like, oh, these Haitians, well, they've already been here for 5, 10, 15 years. Why not just fucking let them stay? So no, it's permanent.
And safety. And New York City stands with you.
16 homeless New Yorkers lost their life. Has he made a statement about that? Or is he spending all his time, I don't have the video pulled up, making his big grand entrance when he's on top of that tower, all the drones flying around, like him doing his social media moment? Because he's still just providing vibes. He's not providing solutions, just more vibes. But again, New Yorkers voted for vibes instead of reality.
Exactly, Sir Logan. Nothing is more permanent than a temporary government program.
Right now, we urge you to speak with an immigration lawyer and explore every possible legal path.
Am I going to be paying for that immigration lawyer?
Way you may qualify for, whether asylum, adjustment of status, or any other path.
And again, here's the problem I have with this. There's subtitles here. I think he's done other campaign videos in other languages on multiple occasions. My problem is, if you want to be an American, cool, you're seeking asylum, you have these issues. But if you've been here, how long has that temporary protection order been in place? For like 4 years when Biden was in office? If you've been here for 4 years, why do you still not speak the language? I'm not.
Because they don't have to. That's the white man's language. English is the white man's language. Can't be telling these Haitians to speak the white man's language. That's colonization, son.
Gonna be the big, like, you get here and you learn the language, you get out. But it confuses me when it's controversial for, I think it was California. What state was it that now required driver's license testing to be in English only? And I'm like, if the street signs are in English only, the test has to be in English only. What is this? But this whole thing about you should seek asylum, you should have dignity. If they haven't learned English yet, or they're not trying to learn English at this point in time, where they couldn't even just look at the subtitles and try to figure it out, that probably isn't the person that I think is going to assimilate well.
No, it's probably the person that was driving that motherfucking snowplow. Well, it wasn't really a snowplow, but you know what I mean.
The TPS for Haiti started in 2010. Yeah, so if you got here in 2010, and it's been 16 years.
Wait, what? It's been 16 years? Yeah, it's permanent, motherfuckers. It's permanent. Why swinging the bat? I think it's just like a prop he uses for his streams.
You still have not learned the language? I'm not trying to be too harsh, but I don't think you ever will. And I don't think you're ever going to be able to assimilate to American culture. And the temporary protection order should expire. But yeah, so he's going to help him out.
Permanent residency. New York City offers free, trusted immigration.
Yeah, here it is. Here's that word free. The word free doesn't mean free. The word free means I'm going to take money from somebody and give it to you. And it's not even like free healthcare, free housing for an American citizen down on his luck, got addicted to some sort of narcotic, and now needs to not freeze to death at a New York snowstorm. This is just somebody that's been here for 16 years, never learned the language, and now needs a government-paid-for lawyer to fight what the American people en masse voted for. This is a huge problem.
Permanent residency. New York City offers free, trusted immigration legal support.
Free. It's not free.
With services in over 200 languages.
And services in 200 languages. That's why there should be an application.
We're just talking about Haitians, right? We're just talking about Haitians. Am I correct? If so, why 200 fucking languages? Why 200 languages if we're just talking about Haitians? Haitians don't got no 200 languages.
Haitian process, because if you're going to come here and you're going to be a net positive, and I'm sorry to say we need net positives to this country because it's not a Disney movie, it's not unlimited resources, everybody can prosper, it's finite resources for a finite amount of people. Some people have it, other people have not. It's a sick, sad world we live in, but the idea that you want to say, we want to live in a permanent welfare state, give out free things, we have a finite amount of free things, but we also want to have an open border to places for over 200 locations across the planet. That system will always destroy itself. You can't have open borders and welfare state concurrently because it's always going to run out. We don't live in a Star Trek universe of abundance. Sad to say, you just sang, you putting the sub...
Did he just... No.
Have open borders and welfare state concurrently because it's always going to run out. We don't live in a Star Trek universe.
I like Decoy. I do. But it's Trek. T-R-E-K. Trek. Star Trek. When people say Star Trek, it bothers me to no fucking end. Trek.
Of abundance. Sad to say.
I don't even like Star Trek, and I know it's Star Trek.
Just saying, you putting the subtitles in another language is bad enough, but also saying free, meaning I paid for it, for 200 languages makes me feel like you're just running on vibes now, while the actual New Yorkers that voted for you are suffering.
Call directly by calling this number. City Hall stands with you.
Yeah, the City Hall stand. I don't even know what language is this. Is this Haitian? It looks like
Who gives a fuck? It's not English. That's the point. It's not. It should be English. It should only be English. If it's not English, get the fuck out.
I don't know if this is the offensive way to say it. It's a.
Why is it that when I was in Japanese class in high school, and we had a fresh off the boat Asian woman as our sensei. She was 25 years old. She'd been in the country 5 years, and she could speak perfect English. She had an accent. She absolutely had an accent. But she spoke perfect motherfucking English.
It's a language. PT. Is that chat? Is that like the? Is that Hebrew? No. It's that's the correct language, chat. I don't know. That's what Haitians speak. I forget. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Is that it? Division agent? I don't know. That guy's just a troll. Ban that man. No, I'm kidding. Don't do it. Yeah, you're already sick of him on the other side of the country because it's sad. It's like that's what he's dealing with.
Oh, bro, she was so hot. She was so hot. Kazumi Sensei, bro, smoke show.
But here's the thing. Free this, free that. Help the Haitians first, not your suffering citizens right now. Immigrants first. This is a video almost unrelated, but related. This is a shocking moment I was unaware of.
You needed a reason to be pissed off at your government today. About 1/3 of refugees end up becoming homeowners within 3 years of coming to the United States.
Guys, look,
I would like to remind you guys now that the average age of an American citizen homeowner is like 42 or 49 or something. Hold on. Let me make sure I get my numbers right. Average age to buy a house in USA. Now, yeah, 40. First-time home buyers are now 40 on average. They want these motherfuckers to be homeowners within 3 years. It is 40 on average.
I'm in an apartment. Granted, a phenomenal apartment.
Agreed. I'm in a red Midwest state as well, Kaiser.
There are no homeless outside. There's no drug use outside. I feel safe enough to walk out with a nice watch and not be robbed. I live in a nice place. But I'm old, guys. I'm a millennial. Home ownership was out of the picture for my entire life until my YouTube channel did well. What's going on? How much more evidence do we need? This is an issue. This is an issue.
That's true. Serrano's is correct. And that's just having a mortgage. People don't actually own their houses at 40 most of the time. You're entirely correct.
States. That's crazy. Now, this is like an awesome stat. I don't want to hate on home ownership, but here's something that I'm curious about. You can look at this two ways. One, these people are so productive and being held back in their own societies that they flourish once they get to America. Now, that's great.
Because there's no American tax cattle to prop them up.
And I don't mind that to a certain extent. However, what long-term...
I do. I mind that.
Goal is it that we're just going to continue pumping out refugees from these nations rather than having them stay at home and fix the conditions?
Exactly. That's what they keep on talking about. We can take in every single refugee, 1 million refugees every year from all these impoverished nations. It's never going to stop the billions of individuals suffering poverty. It sounds a little callous, but if you have a authoritarian dictatorship, you never pull that out of, you never have a revolution to get democracy back. If you have abject poverty and famine, you never get out of that unless you have your strongest young men in the country to build. But if we have all our military-age males floating over here on boats, going God knows where, that country is now doomed to stay in abject poverty. And they're never going to fix it. The idea that somehow it makes it better to bring them over here and give them free housing instead, it's a broken system, but sad to say the Democrats have realized this broken system makes some liberals feel warm inside, meanwhile giving us a supermajority in our voter base once we give them amnesty. Let's keep on doing it. We can't solve the issues. We can run on vibes and enrich ourselves in the meantime. It is scary.
So that they can be prosperous and we can end this refugee crisis once and for all. And number two is, do you think that they're actually this productive, or do you think they're just given a direct line of contact to the government and all the benefits that should be going to you to the point where they're now more likely to become homeowners than the regular U.S. citizens of this country? Why are we paying taxes? You needed a reason.
It is a major issue. 1/3 of them becoming homeowners when they get here.
It really is. All this is doing is, this is really making as somebody who is diehard anti-foreign intervention, who's damn near an isolationist, if I'm being entirely honest, it's really making foreign intervention look good. And that foreign intervention would be glass every single fucking country that isn't us that's sending people here. Norway, you're pretty cool. I don't think Norway is sending us bad people. I don't think Scandinavia is. You know, I don't think that Portugal is sending us people. We can fucking burn all the rest of them. I don't give a fuck.
Is a major, major issue. We gotta get rid of it. But here's the thing. This isn't even the worst thing he's doing, saying we're gonna help out people, give them taxpayer-funded lawyers, not free lawyers, free to them, but we're paying for them. What is he doing? He's covering this. Obviously, I have to stop it. But he's visiting a guy that got around him from the police.
And as you said, I spoke with the Chakraborty family and I visited Chavez in the hospital. And there is no family should have to endure this kind of pain.
Yeah, no.
What kind of pain? If you guys don't know the story he's referring to, just in case Decoy doesn't break it down, the story he's referring to, yeah, homeboy, this Chavez guy, stabbed the fucking cops. And so the cops shot him. Dude was either on drugs or he's cracked out. He was acting a fool. Regardless, he was acting a fool. And stabbed the cops, so the cops shot his ass. And Mamdani visits the fucking family. Who gives a fuck about the cops, apparently? Who gives a fuck about the cops that, you know, defended their life and defended the life and liberty of the other individuals who were dealing with the fact that you had this cracked out foreigner stabbing motherfuckers. And this waste of space, Mamdani visits the family. Oh, they shouldn't have had to go through this. Bitch! Stabbed a motherfucker!
Both families, it's unfortunate, but we live in the real world, not a Disney Pixar movie, but also, who did this? Is this the cop's fault, or is it the person that got hit? Can't even play because he's going to take a knife, he's going to run at him. Unfortunate that he had to get hit, but that's...
Oh, okay, sorry. Maybe he didn't actually get to the stabbing portion. My bad. Maybe I misrepresented a little bit. He didn't end up getting to stab the cop because the cop put him down like a fucking dog. Intent was still very obviously there.
It's the reality we live in. This is the same thing when Kamala Harris visited Jacob Blake in jail. Not jail. He wasn't in jail. He was in the hospital and said, I'm proud of you. You can digitally or your ex-girlfriend try to kidnap the kids. I think it was like toss one of the cops on the ground and be reaching for a knife. And Kamala Harris will say, I'm proud of you because you'd mark off all the check boxes of what is a liberal tragedy. Mamdani's doing the same thing. But the more disgusting thing on Twitter, on Twitter, is I saw one of these community notes on proposed community notes on this is missing important context. The man in the video is schizo. His family says they called for an ambulance, not for police. So
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. If you've got a dude, schizophrenic or not, that got a knife, yo, your average EMT isn't ready to deal with a dude with a knife.
Here's the thing. If it was the ambulance employee or like the one of the paramedics showing up and they got bladed by this guy going through an episode because he grabbed it and was fighting him, Mamdani would never in a million years be in the hospital with that ambulance employee saying, the paramedic saying, you know, no family should be going through this. Like, I feel really bad for you. No. It's just because a police interaction happened. His woke base demands it. So he's over there making this speech. It's absolutely disgusting. Never mind the fact that I know firsthand, if you got a guy going crazy like this, paramedics, not paramedics, not even the fire department is looking at this and saying, we're going in there. He's got a blade. If he ended one of his family.
And this schizophrenic refuses to take his meds, or they just don't work. Can't have him living. Exactly. Can't have him living in civilized society. Some mental illnesses are worse than others. You got ADHD? Yeah, you could probably fucking survive. You'll be fine. You got OCD? You got dyslexia? Notice I just listed the three that I have that are fine. I can function in normal everyday society. Who gives a shit? Dude got schizophrenia, is not getting it taken care of. To quote Asmongold, put him in the box.
Members, Mamdani isn't going to that hospital. If he ended one of the fire department employees, he's the firefighters, he's not going to that funeral. He doesn't care unless he can gain political points from it. But the sad part is, somebody on Twitter said the important context is he's the real victim. He's having a mental episode. It's like, yes, sad to say, these are real. We should try to care for them. But in the event they're violently attacking somebody, you can't just say, I guess I get ended now because he's having a manic episode. Like, that's not how the world works. I don't blame the cop, but here he is. The police chief's new boss is now in charge of saying no family should have to undergo what your child underwent. They're likely going to go after the cop now. Yeah, exactly. Make asylums great again. That's exactly what it is. But the sad part is, he campaigned on making the buses fast and free. This is a travesty in itself. But he can't even follow through on free transportation. That's like the bedrock of socialism, right?
Excuse me, sir, I have a question. So I saw on the bus it said, and I see the sign that says fares required. I thought the buses were supposed to be free now because, like, Mamdani just won.
Yeah. He's almost saying it sarcastically because he knows it was never going to work.
That's funny. That's a good one. When does that start?
That's a good one.
That's never going to stop. Never going to happen? All right, well, I want to say I appreciate what you do, my guy. All right.
Homeboy knows. Homeboy knows. Like, guy drives the bus knows. It's never going to... You can't fucking have free buses in New York. You can't free anything in New York City. Doesn't New York City have some of the highest cost of living in the entire country? What do you mean? Old content or not, it's irrelevant. This video is from 4 hours ago, and this is what we're covering.
As he's behind what looks like bulletproof glass.
Come on, my guy. Listen, you are the heart and soul, the backbone of New York. Stay safe.
I don't care if you come off for free.
Yeah, because he's afraid. Are there any New Yorkers that have been there recently? Is this bulletproof glass? Is this like stabbed glass? What is this?
You man, thank you, bro. Have a good one.
I've been doing free
It's just plastic?
before, Mandami. I'm the man.
Yes, sir. All right, you got to run for the next election. I'll vote for you.
And here's the thing: New Yorkers would probably be way better off if that bus driver that actually knows what New Yorkers go through every day, if that bus driver was the mayor, they'd be way better off. Because at least he's worked a regular job and knows what suffering looks like. Not this whole aggressive, I'm a Nepo baby. Is that COVID glass from before? Oh my God. It's a sneeze guard? That's all it is? It's COVID glass, guys. That is plastic so you can't be spit on. That's all it is. Oh my God. New York is over. It's cooked. Who's the governor? She had a lot of plastic surgery. I'm not saying it to be derogatory. I'm just explaining her. The governor of New York State, chat will tell me, Mayor Mamdani, it's over, guys. Like the whole great city is done. Hopefully, California will learn from their mistakes. And
I How many of y'all play Fallout 4? How many of y'all ever played Fallout 4? In Fallout 4, you had you had this stadium. It was turned into a city. I'm trying to remember the name of it. They call it the Jewel of the Commonwealth. Diamond City. Diamond City. And if you roll up in Diamond City in Fallout 4, it looks more functional and operational and nicer than New York actually does in real life. How does Diamond City in Fallout 4 look more appealing to live in than New York fucking City? Yeah, it's Fenway Park, exactly. Because I'm not even exaggerating. I'm not even using hyperbole. This isn't hyperbolic. If you were to show me a picture of Diamond City, a realistic interpretation of Diamond City, and New York as it currently is, I would say I would feel better living in Diamond City.
And voting Mayor Spencer Pratt, Governor Chad Bianco. Oh, cool, thank you. Someone said my cursor is larger than your mom's because you're blind. I mean, I spend way too much time. On the computer and screens. Like, my cursor needs to be that large because I need to give my eyes some rest.
What a world we live in, chat. What a fucking world. New York is cooked, bro. New York is like, again, Spider-Man, if you're listening, I know you couldn't stop 9/11. I wish you could have, but you couldn't have. You don't owe those people anymore. You're done. You paid your debt. Uncle Ben would be fine if you left. Uncle Ben can't keep you there, man. Pack up Aunt May and just bounce. Go to Texas. Go to Texas. Alrighty. So we're going to do a little bit more Epstein stuff. We covered a lot of Epstein stuff yesterday. But I want to do a little bit more Epstein stuff.
This is Jeffrey Epstein's island. To understand it fully, we've remodeled the entire island, and we've divided it into 3 main sections. So we can tell the complete story of how this place was built and what it was hiding. The first villa sits on a point just below—
Oh no, we're gonna cover his connection to anime later on in the stream. Cryptic, we're gonna cover his connection to anime later on in the stream.
The main house, built years after Epstein purchased the island. Next to it is another residence, connected to the pool complex.
Bro, if it weren't for all the heinous shit that Epstein did, this would be a sick location for a Resident Evil game. Imagine all the traps and the way that, like, all these other sub-houses could connect to, like, to the main house and whatnot. Like, man, Epstein Island is, like, primo real estate for Resident Evil.
By a lower level doorway. This one even had an outdoor bath backed by a giant mirror looking out toward the sea. Facing the ocean is a wide stone patio set into the floor.
Oh shit! Matt Stanford says, I mean, from the girl's perspective, it was a Resident Evil game. That's true. That's true. Like, and by the way, you could take Resident Evil literally in this instance. I mean, the residents fucking evil. So yeah, you're right.
Are 2 mirrored shell designs, along with the letter E. It may have been decoration, or something more symbolic. Sure. Above it all is the main house itself, the largest residence on the island.
That's a big one.
When Epstein bought Little St. James in 1998, this house was already here. But he had it remodeled and expanded into part of a much larger complex.
Damn.
The sea-facing side has a veranda, while the back of the house opens into the pool area.
Fuck.
That pool complex is massive. It has...
Bro, imagine a late night ghost hunting session in this place. I would love to, man. If I was approached, I'd be like, yo, Leon, we'll pay for it. We'll fly you out. You guys spend a night alone exploring Epstein Island. I would absolutely do it. Get the camera going. Hundo. It would be amazing.
4 cabanas, a pergola, and a large swimming pool in the middle. At the far end of the pool was a statue of a seated archer, and beyond it, a painted compass that some mistook for a helipad.
What the
Parts of the pool complex were two-storied, with staircases and hidden doors that led into lower levels.
Yeah.
No guns. Bitch, it's a ghost hunt. The fuck you need guns for? Ain't no ballistics gonna fuck up Casper.
Far away along the beach, another villa was hidden behind thick
it's another
trees.
house. Oh, it's like, yeah, it's so
Visitors
small.
usually arrive by sea. Boats pulled into the island's jetty, which had a covered loading and waiting area.
Spirit guns. Bitch, I ain't Yusuke Urameshi.
Can you believe this guy was literally sitting there on his rape island having presidents and other billionaires coming and asking him for advice while he's playing World of Warcraft and fucking around in Call of Duty, getting banned on Xbox Live? Like, I mean, this is actually insane. What the fuck?
Oh, I've got no doubt there's underground tunnels. I'm waiting for them to get into the underground tunnels. I would, dude. He's Jewish. He was Jewish. I don't know how many of y'all know about Jews, but they love they underground tunnels.
Those who came by air landed at the grassy helicopter pad.
And
it
War
had
Thunder,
small
yeah.
shelters for passengers
pigsty,
and luggage.
yeah.
Nearby, two strange details stand out. At the top of a slope is a giant monkey statue, and beside it, a stone staircase that leads up the hill, then stops abruptly, earning it the name the Stairs to Nowhere. This northern section of the island was meant to impress. Moving toward the center of the island, the design shifts. Here, the focus is less on luxury and more on control. Tucked into the trees is a...
Bro had a compound? Bro had a full compound. I can't believe, because I always thought Epstein Island was relatively like small and just had like a couple houses or whatever, place for him to stay and place for him to like the fuck torture dungeon and shit. This is way more massive than I thought it was.
Low building, almost hidden from view.
This place is massive.
Its purpose is still unknown. Just beyond it lies...
Its purpose is not unknown. Its purpose is not being told to the public. That's the difference.
Wait, so there's a giant warehouse and nobody knows why it's there? Well, that seems pretty interesting. Huh.
It's the island's main service area.
Wow.
This section held the machines that kept everything running. The desalination plant for fresh water, generators for power, storage rooms,
LMA?
And sewage management.
It's like a rust base.
Some of these buildings were built directly into the hillside. Their flat rooftops doubled as parking pads, and vents cut into the ground.
Wait, so you had people landing on the... Oh my god.
Hinted at larger rooms below. In one case, drone footage even captured doors leading deeper into the hill.
Underground tunnels, baby! We called it! We called it! Jeffrey Epstein had underground tunnels!
Oh, wow.
Okay, look, quick scope. If you're just gonna keep spamming made for BBC, I'm gonna time you out. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't fucking care. Alright?
Raising questions about what might have been hidden underground.
The caves of despair.
From this hub, a steep road winds upward. On the surface, it looks like a simple path, but it may cover a water pipeline that connects to the island's fountain.
Yeah?
The fountain itself sat quietly in the middle of the island,
nice fountain.
ringed with benches.
Sure.
In one video, deer were seen grazing nearby, giving the strange sense of calm in a place filled with secrets.
There's
closer
deer
to
there.
the southern edge of this section, a massive sundial stands. Once, it was surrounded by 13.
I mean, is there anybody that at this point that doesn't believe that there's some occult devil worshipping shit happening here? Like, bro, they summoned Baphomet and they probably summoned goddamn Asmodeus from D&D up in this bitch.
Brightly painted.
13 brightly painted benches? What the fuck?
painted benches. Some say representing the 13 ruling bloodlines in conspiracy lore. The face of the sundial resembles a Masonic design. Another detail that fueled...
Oh, yeah, he wanted eugenic breeding. Yeah, he wanted eugenic breeding. Jeffrey Epstein really didn't like the blacks. He really wanted to outbreed the blacks because they had low IQs, according to him. I'm not saying it. Epstein was saying it. Epstein was like, yeah, no, blacks are dumb. We need to outbreed.
Speculation. Oh my God. Nearby, smaller structures dotted the coast.
I want to know, Lynchpin. I want to know. I want to know every bit. Hey, Cryptic, I'm not saying Epstein did. And those in the Epstein files that were released, he straight up said, he's like, yo, blacks got low IQs. They're not good to have around. There's a reason none of the Epstein victims are little black girls. Like, he didn't like fucking little black girls. Yeah, he was the eugenicist, for sure. Dude, assuming he's dead... Assuming if he's dead, if he and Hitler are having, if they're in hell right now having a conversation, he's giving Hitler tips, bro. He's giving Hitler tips on eugenics.
One open-air cabana seemed to have massage tables beneath its straw roof.
You say anything about Asians? Not that I saw, but I'm sure there was something.
Oh, Jesus. Man.
Another beachside building, now only ruins, may have been for changing clothes or toilets. Close to the sundial, an odd patch of beach is marked out on Google Maps.
Yeah.
Blurred, as if to hide something.
Oh.
On higher ground sits a large building with 3 garage doors and a row of sealed windows. Some have described it as a staff barracks, others as storage. Either way, it stood apart from the luxury...
$5 I found a torture chamber in those tunnels or cells. This whole island's a torture chamber, bro. That's why I made the Resident Evil comparison. This whole island is a torture chamber. But you're right. There's probably one room or one building or whatnot that's even more torture-y than the other.
...of the main house.
All right.
Suggesting it was built for those who worked, or were kept, on the island.
They were kept on the
This middle zone tied everything together.
Google Maps.
The southern stretch of the island is where the strangest and most unsettling designs appear. At the far southwest tip stands the...
Alright, this is where we had the temple. Whether they truly believe it or not, the number of at least the partaking satanic worship. Oh, I 100% Bohemian Grove, all that shit, I'm all in. I 100% believe. But yeah, now we're getting into this whack-ass temple. I'm real curious about this temple.
Most infamous
There's the fucking building.
Structure of all. The so-called temple.
The temple.
Fuck. Painted in bold blue and white stripes, it once had a golden...
Blue and white. What are the colors of the Israeli flag?
That was funny.
I forgot.
Dome and statues of Poseidon and birds perched on its corners. From the outside, it looks like something out of another world. Early visitors described its inside as a music room with bookshelves, a grand piano, and even a portrait of Epstein with a pope.
A portrait of Epstein with the Pope?
Which pope? I'm curious. Which pope? Francis? I wouldn't be shocked at all if it was Francis.
But by 2019, drone footage revealed only scaffolding, mattresses, and junk, as if it had been stripped bare.
Mattresses?
Some believe a small nearby shed hides entrances underground, though nothing has ever been proven.
What the fuck?
One site shows a pergola with 2 sealed doors built into the hillside. A second building that once stood here was destroyed during Hurricane Irma.
But that's if I may have been Benedict, not Francis. Either way, I think you go. I think you should go Silent Hill easier. All the negative energy and mysticism. No. Silent Hill is here's why Silent Hill doesn't work. Because as much as Silent Hill F wants us to believe Silent Hill is this world, Silent Hill is tied to the real town, to Silent Hill, and its effects just sort of spread to neighboring cities and towns and shit. This is a full-on lab. This is a full-on location. This is like the mansion from Resident Evil. It's a front for even darker shit. but it's got all the accommodations, all the staff housing. Like Epstein Island. I need someone out there, because I just played this video. What up, Hypno? I just played this video game called Flesh Made Fear. And Flesh Made Fear is basically a Resident Evil game. That's what it is. It's like, hey, we want to make our own Resident Evil game. I need someone else to do that, but I need them to use Epstein's Island. I need a Resident Evil on Epstein Island. Because like this, the geography and the architecture and all the buildings and the tunnels, it's just too perfect. It's just too perfect. Yeah, you should play Flash Made Fear Hypnotic. I think I have Wicked Seed, but I haven't tried it yet.
Leaving behind...
I started playing the Junji Ito game last night. After I 100%... Because I 100% of Flesh Made Fear last night. I started playing Junji Ito Infinite Gal.
Only a flagpole and a concrete slab. This part of the island also served as a dumping ground. Trash was buried under dirt.
Only
but
trash?
Over time, pieces surfaced
What up,
again.
Tekken?
Visitors later reported seeing everything from machinery to broken furniture left rotting under the sun. Above the dump is a second swimming pool. Unlike the grand pool complex near the main house, this one was smaller, attached to a 1,200
Yeah, this is the small pool.
100 square foot building with a garage style door. Other features add to the eerie.
Yo, it feels so dirty seeing that American flag there, bro. It feels so just dirty seeing that American flag.
I mean, this has to be a call. This is like a Call of Duty map or something. Like, this is crazy. Oh my god.
Redesign. A flight of stairs to nowhere climbs up the hillside, ending abruptly with a statue at its top. A large monkey statue sits nearby, silent and unsettling. At the highest point of the island, a tall telecom tower looms, with Wi-Fi repeaters fixed to buildings all around, ensuring constant surveillance and communication. Here, on this southern edge, beauty and mystery collide.
Yeah, Call of Duty Lube Ops. Because given the fact that we know now what he thought of African Americans, we certainly can't call it Black Ops.
The temple, the sundial, the sealed doors, and the landfill. All of it suggests an island designed...
Somebody's saying it's a shrine to Harambe.
Not only for privacy, but for secrecy.
Man, bro, what the fuck? That was his island. Oh my god. I'll link you guys. This video isn't by this guy, but this is where it came from. This is where I got it from. Where everything changed. Yes, hope.
I can't believe anyone with good sense would want to... But that's the thing, Netflix, they don't have good sense. It's all carnal desires. You've got these rich, overly powerful individuals who can't get their fix anymore unless they're doing the most diabolical, depraved, evil shit. Like it's not even just the children. Like it's not even just getting off the little girls, right? It's just the idea that they get off. Their sexual pleasure comes from the most horrific things they can do and were able to do that nobody else could because nobody else had the power to do so. Like it's sickening. So of course they want to go back. It feeds into every evil, sick, twisted, dark, carnal desire they could ever have.
Holy fucking shit, man. So here we go again. It just gets even more insane. After the Haiti earthquake occurred in January 2010, Epstein and others became increasingly interested in Haiti. I found an interesting email. Someone is in deep shit. An unnamed contact about low-key personnel trip to Port-au-Prince, Haiti, that someone named Steve had received an invitation to meet Haiti's newly elected president. What the fuck? Epstein said due to Haiti's chaotic banking system, it would make it a good spot to park money discreetly. What? So they're just out here talking about, like, more in 3 to 4 weeks. It's unstable for...
I hate these names that are redacted. We need to know these names. These aren't the names of victims. Okay, these aren't the names of victims. These are accomplices. The fact that these names are redacted is fucking disgusting. Because our government is just as complicit now as they were then.
Sure, of all the crazy banking stuff, but it might be safe to park money. Steve and I, if we do it, will do this very quietly. Leave from New York City sometime in October, one night in Port-au-Prince. You are welcome to join us on the down low. And that is from Jeffrey fucking... Oh my god.
Yeah, but who is it to? Who is it to? I'm real curious. Because that could go to a whole lot of folk.
Well, so there it is. They need to show us the names. Well, so he's doing this too. Let me go back and find the rest of it. And oh my God, also Jeffrey Epstein's 10,000-acre ranch in New Mexico, known as Zorro. It had an airstrip and helicopter pad. So everybody's talking about the island, but I had no idea he also had an entire ranch. Holy shit. It had an airstrip, a helicopter pad.
Oh, yeah, the movie with Nick Cage about him being a gun runner. Yeah, I'm blanking on the name of the movie. It's a good movie, though. You get to see Jared Leto die.
He legally, through campaign donations, paid off the local sheriff and a wide range of New Mexico politicians and operated
Lord
there
of War,
with total
yeah, Lord
impunity.
of War.
Yeah, Ram Ranch is real. Holy shit. A whole fucking compound, I know. And so anyway, let's go back and look at the other ones here too. And, we already saw this before. And the more that comes out, the more you start to wonder if we even know how sick these people are. And Harvard professor Martin Nowak emailed Ghislaine Maxwell in 2002 to thank her for her hospitality. Then, out of nowhere, I am so happy that I did not kill anybody. I am so very sorry I caused you so much worry and I spoilt this day. I am so happy that I did not kill anybody. My perspective on life has changed now.
We've been telling you guys since at least I've been saying at least since at least 2014. You say fake? Why do you think it's fake? Even if it is fake, it doesn't alter the idea that this all starts with the university systems. Like, again, this is a Harvard professor. All of this came out of the universities. Yeah, it can't be fake. I'm not saying... I'm going to assume this is real. Because even if this one's fake, let's say hypothetically this was fake. So what? So much of this shit's real. We don't know the half of it. It's so dark, twisted, evil. Nothing that they could fake. Nothing they could fake would be worse than what actually happened.
Lots of love, Martin. Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch report surfaced in 2019 regarding a never-realized plan by the late Jeffrey Epstein to use his ranch for a baby-making factory or a eugenics project where he hoped to inseminate women with his DNA. Oh my God. I don't even know what to say. Epstein Island had a temple dedicated to the demon Moloch. Wait.
What up, Xavier?
Well, I don't think that... I mean, what are those? I don't even know what the hell those things are.
They look like owls.
Oh, this is Poseidon. Children were being sacrificed to the gods of elites on Epstein's Island. The designs and statues on the island reference Babylonian cultures that worshipped in the same false light Anunnaki gods. Even their demonic messenger was there. This is really special. Yep, and it's got a nose ring too. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And Jeffrey Epstein was collaborating with Bitcoin developer, biohacker, and transhumanist to create the first live birth of a human designer.
Again, I don't doubt this. You'd be like, oh, fake. No. everything about this sentence. Jeffrey Epstein was collaborating with a Bitcoin developer, biohacker, and transhumanist Brian Bishop to create the first live birth of a human designer baby. Why would I doubt that's real at all? Why would anyone doubt that's real? I'm sure this is not even the most... Not sure this is not even the most fucked up thing that's happened there. What the fuck is a transhumanist? D-Stop, do you actually not know what a transhumanist is? Because I'll explain if you don't know. Fokuni, that's part of it. There's more to it than just that. So a transhumanist is somebody that thinks that that we as humans can only transcend evolutionarily by combining with technology. By combining with technology, putting our consciousness in AI, getting cybernetic parts, merging with AI, all sorts of things. The idea is that we have hit the pinnacle of evolution at the biological level. We now need to continue evolution with the introduction of man-made technology.
Baby, and human cloning was conducting initial experiments in Ukraine. Oh boy. Sounds like you could be the first investor so long as there's absolute anonymity. I have always envisioned there would be anonymity requirements about babies. We can't publicly identify who these are or their parents or benefactors. It would brand the child, essentially and sadly a freak of life in the media. So I always assumed the investor would need absolute anonymity for these kinds of products. So the financial structure needs to be designed with those details in mind. Let's discuss these issues later on.
So like Cyberpunk? Yeah, Cyberpunk is all about transhumanism. Correct.
I have no issue with investing. The problem is only if I am seen to lead. There is a deck about my...
Well, so Netflix forum, that's why transhumanism goes hand in hand with... So that's correct in one sense. It says, ironically, I was listening to a guy talk and saying that transhumanism is nonsense because our brains are like the best ever made supercomputer and whatever. It seems like we are limited. Our brains jump to new heights we can never do. So... I was talking about this on stream, I think yesterday. Yes, the human brain is actually more powerful than even our most powerful supercomputers. That is true. A human brain running at 100% efficiency would be more powerful than our most powerful supercomputers. But we have biological limiters within us that keep us from using more than 10% at a time. When they say, like, humans only use 10% of their brain, I'll repeat myself from yesterday. That's bullshit. We use 100% of our brain. We only use about 10% at any given time. So the idea of transhumanism would be to unlock those biological limiters so that we can access more than 10% at a time without any detrimental factors.
Designer baby project. I can't program, but I am not bad at structuring. Smiley face. Attached is a document you requested. It's the use of funds spreadsheet for the...
it's not bullshit at all. D-Stock is not bullshit at all. Neuralink is technically a form of transhumanism. And Neuralink, for the humans it's tested on so far, has worked. You got paraplegics that are now able to control entire computer interfaces with just their mind. That's transhumanism. So it's not bullshit. It's already real. We already have aspects of transhumanism existing in our life right now.
Designer baby.
It's not bullshit. Okay, there you go. You fixed it. It's not bullshit.
And human cloning company. There it is. Yep. There it is. Wow. The Clone Wars. Yep. 0 arrests. Nobody's going to get arrested. Nobody's going to jail. Nothing's going to happen. Everything will continue on as normal.
He is entirely correct. He's entirely correct. They are giving us these files to throw us a bone to make it look like they did something. Everybody's going to get all yippee, hippie, happy. Oh, look. Look, transparency. Oh, our government cares about us. They're exposing the multi-billion, if not trillion-dollar schemes of child rape and transhumanism and global elite cabals. No. No, that's not, they're doing this to shut you the fuck up so that it looks like a W.
And there will be no consequences, no changes, nothing at all. And in 5 years from now, people won't even believe what was being released today ever even happened. That's the difference. That's where things are going to go. People won't even believe that it happened. This gets us out of the self-funded garage biology phase to the first live birth of a human designer baby and possibly a human clone within 5 years. When was this? 2008. Then 5 years. Once we reach the first birth, everything changes and the world will never be the same again.
Aside from that, what's happening right now that needs such a large-scale distraction? Project Starbeam, maybe? Or Bluebeam, I mean? Project Bluebeam, maybe? Maybe this is the distraction from Bluebeam, if you believe in that? I'm on the fence about Bluebeam. There's a lot of Bluebeam I believe in. But the tech infrastructure for it is where Bluebeam gets hard to believe. We covered Project Bluebeam on Temple of Haters, by the way, so check that out if you haven't. But, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of off the top of the head, is Bluebeam.
And much less the future of the human species. Attached document shows that $1 million, 1.7 a year for an up to 5 years, plus a $1 million lab setup. Honestly, that's a really good deal. That's a great deal for something like this. Like, wow, like 1.7 million a year. Yeah, that's pretty cheap. Wow. Okay. He was creating his next vessel. So, yeah, I think that's true. Next steps, I'm happy to hop on another call and take a trip to meet you in person. And if you have any thoughts about what might be missing or what's a reasonable estimate to get to the first live birth, I might really appreciate this. I'm going to be in Lithuania.
Well, so, Project Bluebeam is not something that normies would notice. That's the whole point of Project Bluebeam. It's meant specifically to confuse the normies. Because the idea of Project Bluebeam is that it's religious based. So you don't know that tech is what's doing it.
Well, so I guess amateur in Mississippi has been testing human sperm modification. Dude, I don't even know what to say. I really don't. Like, what the fuck is going on? So anyway, we've got even more of this.
What programs are looking at specifically?
Let me see if I can pull up the other ones too, because it's gotten even more ridiculous and even more insane. So, where is it here? Oh no, this one, that's right. That one was bullshit. Let me go back to the other one. There's been a lot of these that were bullshit. I've gone through them and I haven't gotten through everything. Epstein and Maxwell bury 2 foreign kids that were strangled to death during rough fetish sex. Man.
Strap in, boys, it's about to get dark.
Was taken from Jeffrey Epstein's home as my...
Before we do the Bluebeam application, right. What's your question about the Bluebeam application? What up, CFH? How you doing, homie?
Insurance in case of cause of future litigation against Epstein. Sorry, no questions. Do you know somewhere in the hills outside of Zorro, that's his ranch, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G. Both died by strangulation during rough fetish sex. Here are the link footage of Jeffrey Epstein, link truncated, sex video with minor, threesomes, underage girl. Oh my God.
If I follow any of the Chinese mind control shit, I don't believe in anything tech-wise that comes out of China. China lies about the technological capabilities all the time as a way to as a way to fake their superpower status. So, like, the Chinese are hypothetically working on like almost Captain America style super soldier serums And, like, do I believe they're trying that shit? Yeah. Do I believe they made any progress? No. China is a third world country pretending to be a first world country. So I don't believe it for a moment.
So, bro, this is too much? Oh, this isn't even...
Yeah, no. I'm talking... So, yes. I'm saying... So, someone asked earlier, Lurkington. I think it was Hugo. Someone said, what would all these Epstein file releases be a distraction for if there's other shit going on and they want us all focused on this? The only thing I think of would be this is a distraction for them setting up ready to go live with Project Bluebeam sometime in the near future. So yeah, like the Project Bluebeam. If you believe in Project Bluebeam and they're doing mobilizations to roll it out, then this is a very good distraction.
I think that this is the tip of the iceberg. That's what I think this really is. I think it's actually the tip of the iceberg here. And
you believe that children are being abused by pedophiles in Hollywood.
Absolutely.
So why are you sitting down talking to me? Why aren't you sitting down with the police right now?
I've told the police. In fact, if anybody wants to go back to 1993 when I was interviewed by the Santa Barbara Police Department, I sat there and I gave them the names. They're on record. They have all of this information, but they were scanning Michael Jackson. All they cared about was trying to find something on Michael Jackson.
Who you said, by the way, did not abuse you.
Who Michael was innocent.
You said
the king. Of course he's innocent.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't think Corey Feldman's lying at all. Now, I'm a little annoyed with Corey Feldman. I'll be real. I'm a little annoyed with Corey Feldman. Back when I was doing music booking and whatnot, I booked his band for a show. And the day before, I was contacted by his manager. He's like, hey, I have to cancel the show because Corey Feldman's got some big meeting with some legal people the next day about the expose he's trying to do on Hollywood and pedophilia and stuff. And I was like, motherfucker, the day before the show I booked? Bitch. And nothing's come of it, really. He's out there. He's screaming at the people. He's telling them what's going on. But nothing. So, yeah. I'm a little annoyed at Feldman. But I hope it's all... Well, I don't hope it's true. Let me rephrase that. I hope his work is being done in good faith. I hope he's able to get that shit out there and change be made.
Had death threats?
Yep. Yes.
Because you have this information and have threatened to expose it. Another reason, I think, to go to police, that's a crime to threaten someone's life.
I've gone to the police with that as well.
And
I can blame him, bitch. I was out like $3,000. I mean, to be fair, I was like reimbursing shit, but even so.
What would be wrong with going to the police now?
So wait a minute. So are you saying that a lot of this stuff got scapegoated on Michael Jackson? And they focused on Michael Jackson to keep the focus away.
No, I agree it's more important. But this was also like 12, 13-ish years ago, back when I was doing the booking stuff and whatnot, and nothing has really come of it since. But as far as this theory that is caped on Michael Jackson, look, I don't know how old a lot of y'all are in the chat, but for those old enough to remember, Michael Jackson was the king of the fucking world. Michael Jackson, remember when John Lennon said, maybe not remember because a lot of us aren't that old, but like we know specifically, that John Lennon said the Beatles were more popular than Jesus. Now I wasn't around back then, so I don't know if that's true that they were. I believe they were because there was a lot of motherfucking Beatles fans, but 80s through like the 90s, yeah, Michael Jackson was more popular than Jesus. Michael Jackson is what Taylor Swift fans think she is. Yeah, the level of fame and popularity and just like it is. Michael Jackson might be the most famous person to have ever lived during our lifetime. Like it wasn't. The human mind cannot comprehend how utterly famous Michael Jackson was. So the idea that they would try and pin this stuff on Michael Jackson as a distraction actually makes perfect sense. If you've got... I would say that Michael Jackson is more famous than Elvis. I would. I would 100% believe that Michael Jackson is more famous. Like, because there's a few key events. There are a few key events that I remember in my lifetime. I remember where I was when Princess Diana died. I remember where I was when 9/11 happened. I remember where I was when Michael Jackson died. The sheer enormity of Michael Jackson's fame cannot be understated. So if you were trying to tell me that a cabal of evil, world-running pedophiles tried to blame pedophilic acts on the most famous person in the history of ever to distract from their misdeeds, I would 100% believe that. That does, I mean, that line of reasoning follows. Catch you later, Randall.
Holy shit.
Again, didn't work out in Santa
There's
Barbara.
a statute of limitations, Matt, in the state of California, which protects people. It's not
Listen to this. Listen to this.
Matt. There's a statute of limitations, Matt, in the state of California, which protects people. It's not that way in New York. It's that way only where the movie industry is, conveniently enough, in California. That's the seriousness of this. You cannot, because if I were to go to the police, I would be the one who's getting sued.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, Corey Feldman kind of loony, but I also don't doubt him at all. MJ was assassinated. I don't know, but I wouldn't doubt it. I'll put it that way. I don't know, but I would not doubt it.
I don't even know what to say. And this is insane, man. Epstein Islands is the real Neverland Ranch. Well, Epstein, to be fair, Epstein also had a ranch too. So just keep that in mind. It's not like there's only one.
I'm saying that there are people that were the people that did this to both me and Corey that are still working. They're still out there, and they're some of the richest, most powerful people in this business. And they are. And I'm saying that.
Yeah, before you judge Michael, study what music copyrights he owns. Sony owns. Dude, Michael bought the rights to the entire Beatles catalog. Michael Jackson owned the Beatles. Yeah, see, D-Stock knows. He gets it. Was so... Like, I could go on for probably an entire stream just about how incredible and how... just the power that Michael Jackson had. Now, mind you, I'm actually more of a Prince fan. Between the two, and like when it comes to their music, I like both. And in fact, I love both. But if you have to ask me who I like more, I actually go more Prince. But that's neither here nor there. I think he did sell it before he died. You are correct, Netflix for it. I think Michael Jackson did sell the Beatles before he died. But he bought them. So Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney were tight, right? They were homies. They were buddies. That's why Paul McCartney's on is it Ebony and Ivory or PYT? I'm blanking off the top of my head. I think it's Ebony and Ivory. Anyway, that's why they do the track together and whatnot. Michael bought the rights to the Beatles stuff behind Paul's back and destroyed. It is Ebony and Ivory, yeah. It destroyed their friendship. He bought the rights to the Beatles shit behind behind Paul's back, and that's what destroyed their friendship.
There are people that were the people that did this to both me and Corey that are still working. They're still out there, and they're some of the richest, most powerful people in this business.
And they are.
And they do not want me saying what I'm saying right now.
Are you saying that they're pedophiles?
Yes.
And that they're still in the...
War Wizard for a two-banger says based Prince Glaze. I love Prince, dude. I do. Prince is like... Michael was a better singer, maybe. You can maybe say he was like you can maybe even say better performer. But Prince was the better overall musician. Prince was the better overall musician. Prince was like levels of musicianship that are generational. And I agree with Gravewalkers. Prince was passed over as a top 100 guitarist in the Hall of Fame. Everyone gets staged. He killed it playing guitar gently. Dude, Prince is one of the greatest guitar players to ever live. Everyone, like, when people talk about Hendrix, right? People talk about Sinister Gates. People talk about Dimebag Darrell. People talk about Tony Iommi. Or Geezer Butler. No, I think it's Tony Iommi. Yeah, Geezer Butler was based. Tony Iommi. Dude, people don't bring up Prince. Prince was one of the greatest guitarists to ever live. He was a fucking prodigy. But yeah, he could play, again, musicianship-wise, Prince was undoubtedly the better musician than Michael Jackson. He could, like, just pick up an instrument and play it. Buckethead's a great guitarist. Buckethead's a great guitarist. Prince is better. Prince was one of the greatest basketball players? I didn't know that. Is that true, or are you just saying shit? Was Prince really, like, an elite basketball player?
Business?
Yes. That's what, yeah, and that's what you were saying.
Yeah, Sinister Gates is the guitarist for Avenged Sevenfold. He's one of the GOATs. Sinister Gates, I would say, is the top 100 guitarists of all time.
Yeah, but when you talk,
You're damaging an entire industry.
I'm sorry.
This retarded hag. This retarded fucking hag.
Oh, it's a Dave Chappelle. Okay, I've probably seen the sketch then.
Oh my god.
Damaging an entire industry.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to say that it's a very important, serious topic.
You're damaging an entire industry.
Oh my god. She's one of the clones. Once the Epstein files are fully released, I think there's a possibility America will no longer be a country. What are you talking?
Yeah, I don't know if it's true or not, but you're correct, Matt Stanford. Yeah, Sinister Gates' dad was the, was the guitar guy for Jeff Denham. Yep.
Talking about, shut up. Disney sent children to Epstein Island after.
More of a story. Charlie and Dave met Prince and his band at a club. They went back to his mansion, and Prince's band crushed them in basketball. No shit. That's wild. And yeah, R.I.P. the Rev. R.I.P. the Rev. I didn't cry when the Rev died, but I do remember it. I do remember when it happened, when Rev died.
Make your way to second snorkel stop, Little St. James Island. Oh my god, that's his island right there. Disney Cruise Line. So they're having kids go nearby Jeffrey Epstein's island. This is a Disney. There's no way. Oh my god, Disney Cruises. It's that logo. Yes. I don't even. Oh my god. I will be.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who doesn't believe that Epstein had his hands deep in Disney, for sure.
Sending fresh muffins with Carnia. You currently have 2 steaks on the island. Would you like new ones? 2 steaks. How about that? Wow. When we began,
I got right now, as this stream is going, I got 2 steaks sitting on my fucking sink thawing. When this stream is over, I'm gonna be cooking me up a steak. I got 2 steaks thawing in my fucking sink right now. I don't think we talk about the same kind of steak. So, something tells me, just a guess, just a theory, a game theory, we ain't talking about the same kind of steak.
The pizza arrangement, I thought we were going to be more careful than this. Barack Obama, $65,000 hot dogs. The hot dogs that can come, but if you make a spectacle out of it, it will be our downfall. All this coded.
I do not have grape soda. I do have 0 sugar Dr. Pepper cream soda, though.
Language, it is. It's all oh, man. And then, so, yes, this is what I saw earlier. A user on Reddit managed to log into Epstein's Outlook account using the information he found on the officially released files. Epstein's Outlook password was #1 island.
That can't be true. No way. That can't be true.
The #1 island boy. Oh my god. In plain sight, yes. And oh my god, really? Yes. Actually, really, that's a password.
I gotta know if that's true. Hold on. Was it a Reddit user, they said?
And oh my god, really? Yeah.
Passwords for several Jeffrey's accounts. Oh, wait. Passwords from several of Epstein's accounts, including Outlook, Yahoo, Apple ID, and other services, were found in the latest Epstein files release. No way. No fucking way. Seems they were so damn focused on redacting Trump's name they forgot to do the real job. Now all the accounts are compromised and have no... Oh, that's a good point. Accounts are compromised, have no legal value. The files for nearly a decade. They weren't going to prosecute anyone anyway. This is true. It only had one test email in it. It was not his primary or even secondary. That makes sense. Even so, that's fucking funny. That is funny. I didn't believe that was true. That looked like some Twitter bullshit. Damn. Yeah, they lost legal value years ago. Yeah.
Yes, actually, really, that's a password. I don't even know what else to say. And this is also, there's been an ongoing conversation recently about whether Jeffrey Epstein is actually a vampire time traveler.
If this turned out to be true, if we lived in a world where Jeffrey Epstein was a time-traveling vampire and he turned out to be Andrew Jackson, I'd be so broken because Andrew Jackson's my favorite president. Andrew Jackson's my favorite president.
Traveling, and in a previous life, he was formerly Andrew Jackson, President of the United States. Now, at this current point, we're not sure if that's true. There's a high probability that it's not true. But that probability that it's not true gets smaller every day, doesn't it? It does. That's very, very odd. He has so much power. Think about it. Yeah, it's 50-50. It's 50-50. Either happen or it's not. And so 67%, we'll never know. I think we might. And, yeah. I mean, Andrew Jackson could be Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know. Are you ready for this conversation? Oh, born ready. Absolutely.
Yeah, so here's the deal. I don't think Andrew Jackson would ever, pretend to be Jewish. Andrew Jackson famously, he had a lot of thoughts about other ethnicities. So I don't think Andrew Jackson would secretly be a Jew. So I don't think this one's true, guys.
To this here, and then also, this is insane, bro. Saudi government sold the Kaaba's covering to Jeffrey Epstein. So the Kaaba is it is the most holy. It's like, I don't know if I'm really doing this justice. It's like
Isn't this like the Mecca thing or whatever? Like, is this like the black building they ought to pray in the direction of multiple times a day? I could be wrong. I don't know enough about Muslims beyond that I don't like them. But I'm pretty sure this is the building that... Okay, you're all saying yes? Okay.
Shroud of Turin or the Holy Grail, right? The Ark of the Covenant level of a relic to the Islamic faith, right? It is it's the biggest, most important one. They all walk in a circle around it. They touch it. It's a big fucking deal, okay? It's a massive fucking deal. And so anyway, it's a rock. It is a rock. And so anyway, but the inside of the box, there is a rock. I believe it's a meteorite or something like that. The Saudi Arabian government sold the Kaaba's covering to Jeffrey Epstein.
That is so fucking funny. Imagine... So imagine if they're like, yo, we just got all this money from Epstein for this fucking for this covering here. What are we gonna do with the money? Buy Call of Duty. It is technically possible. It is technically possible that the money that they got selling this to Epstein, they then turn around and use to buy Activision. Or not Activision, EA, I mean, EA. That would be fucking hilarious. And that would lead Jeffrey Epstein to EA. What up, Dax?
It's been revealed that pieces of the Kava's covering were purchased by Epstein to be used as carpets in his home.
That is fucking awesome.
Realistically speaking, how can Islam recover from this? I think this is the greatest religious humiliation since the fall of Constantinople.
He does, dude. Jeffrey Epstein just keeps getting weirder and weirder. And like, okay. Because I want to make sure I preface this properly. For every, like, 10 or 12 vile, evil, demonic shit, like, demonic things that he did, you get one or two really fucking funny things that he did. I'm not saying it justifies it. I'm not being like, well, he fucked over the Muslims, so it's okay that he raped kids. Like, I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that there are times when the child predator is entertaining me. And you can't even get mad because you all watch movies and you all play video games. So there are times when the child predators are entertaining you as well.
Oh my god. Bro, like, I don't know how many of these are real or not. I mean, some of the shit that comes out is hard to say. He probably made the, yeah, bro, he actually could have had the Holy Grail. I don't know what else to say. And what the fuck, who was this guy? I don't know. Okay, this is the other thing that I want to look at. So there is not a good chance. There is a chance that Epstein is still alive. It sounds insane, but let's examine the evidence. An hour before Epstein's death was announced, a series of 4chan posts from an MCC prison guard claiming a body swap took place and a van.
All right, hold on. I'll read this post real quick, Nacho, and I want to just soak this in. So, Leon, do you remember the breast milk situation, Blizzard, Activision? Given Epstein's close ties with Activision, do you think it was an initiation ritual or a mat gathering for rituals? I don't. I think that, there's people just weird. Like, because if you're going to do a humiliation ritual or an initiation ritual, it's probably going to be something far worse than just, like, drinking some titty milk. Because breast milk's good, right? Breast milk's good. I'm not saying that you should go steal other bitches' breast milk. That's wrong. That's fucked up. But if you ever been sucking on your girl's titties when she's, like, pregnant or after giving birth, you'll be like, damn, this is really fucking nice. So, it's really not that weird. A lot of dudes be like, damn, I like sucking titties after my girl been giving birth. Like, that's normal. You can to quote Kata, you can clip me all you want. But any man out there who's ever fucked a pregnant or just recently given birth chick has all thought that. See, D-Stock agrees, says, yeah, nothing wrong with that. It tastes like, see, yeah, what was it taste like cereal milk? It's relatively sweet. Point is, no, Nacho, I don't think that the breast milk shit at Blizzard had anything to do with Epstein.
And arrived. Epstein's death was announced. A series of 4chan posts from an MCC prison guard claiming a body swap took place and a van arriving that didn't check into the prison violated prison protocols. From the recent Epstein drop, we know the FBI investigated the person behind this post hard, and it's now confirmed from bank statements affiliated with the subpoenas that the person who made those posts was an actual MCC prison guard named Roberto. I don't know how to say his last.
Yeah, so you can't CFH90. You could. So I don't know if you were around. CFH90 says you can buy breast milk ice cream. I don't know if you were around when we did this on my channel. So when that news dropped. When that news dropped, we covered it as it was happening, and I did like a tier goal fund sort of thing. I'm glad you're bringing this up because I actually forgot about this. So we did this tier goal fund thing to where if we hit a certain goal amount, I would have to order some of the breast milk ice cream and eat it on Eat It Live. Only after we did that and hit the goal did we find out that you actually couldn't order the breast milk ice cream. It was like an exclusive thing for limited locations, and then it was once it was out, it was out. It was a one-time deal. So it wasn't even real breast milk, by the way. It was just breast milk flavored. So I said that what I would do was that I will order some other specialty kind of ice cream that is fucked up and weird tasting as an apology, because you guys donated to get that ordered before we actually had the full information that it turns out the average person couldn't get it. So you at one point could get breast milk ice cream, but it was just breast milk flavored ice cream, and it was a very limited time thing. Carolina Reaper ice cream, that's a good idea. So yeah, I do have to order some sort of specialty fucked up weird ice cream to eat on stream. I completely forgotten about this, so thank you for holding me to account by accident.
Last name. There are other anomalies as well. The cell was not preserved as a crime scene, violating the Bureau of Prisons protocol. Epstein's, quote, body was removed before the FBI agents arrived, and no photos were taken of the body in the cell. Items in the cell were moved or disturbed during the initial investigation, leading experts to criticize the handling as shoddy and potentially compromising evidence. No DNA evidence or fingerprint combinations exist to Jeffrey Epstein's.
You have Omega for 2 minutes. Says, get the beer made with snatch yeast. Fuck that. I know that's a real thing. No, I'm not getting the snatch yeast beer. All right, I'm not getting that, and I'm not getting Budweiser or Bud Light.
Bodies, because his brother Mark identified the body as real. Would Mark have an incentive to lie about his brother actually being dead, and even instigate a fake fight over whether he was murdered or committed suicide in order to distract from the theory if he's alive?
Wasabi flavored ice cream really wouldn't be that big of a deal. I like wasabi. I like wasabi, so wasabi flavored ice cream wouldn't be that big of a deal.
So this is the post.
I don't remember when these went down. Like, I like all these 4chan posts were supposedly discredited. But, like, discredited by who? The government? The same people that are covering for Epstein? Bullshit.
Not saying anything after this. Please don't try to dox me, but last...
If I didn't say thank you for the 2-banger, by the way, because I see Dax said thank you. If I didn't say thank you, my apologies. Thank you for the 2-banger.
Night after 4:15 a.m., they took him medical in a wheelchair, front cuffed, but not triage. Not one triage nurse says they spoke to him. Next thing we know... a trip van shows up. We do not do releases on the weekends unless a judge orders it. Next thing we know, he's put in a single-man cell and hangs himself. Here's the thing. The trip van did not sign in, and we did not record the plate number, and the guy in a green dress military outfit was in the back of the van, according to the tower guy who let him through the gate. You guys, I'm shaking right now, but I think they switched him out. Oh, man. Oh, man. Morticians confirmed the photos of Epstein's body were actually him alive, not deceased. Yeah, do you remember whenever people said that, you know...
How much of this can you actually believe? Well, that's the question, D-Stock. I mean, at this point, think of how often our government's lied to us. Right? Think of how... Not even about the Epstein stuff. Let's ignore Epstein for the time being. Let's talk about real historical evidence. Let's talk about MKUltra. Let's talk about the Tuskegee experiment. Let's talk about the child and elderly radiation experiments. Let's talk about, like, frankly, just go back to half of our tinfoil haters catalog. The government has lied to everybody about so much. So much. Since basically the 50s onward, or the 40s onward, at the very least. At the very least, the 40s. So, this could go in either direction. It can either be so true that you don't doubt any of it, or it's all just more distractions and lies and propaganda. And I don't know which is worse. That's the fucked up part. Which is worse? Black Wall Street was another one. Yeah, Black Wall Street. Out in Memphis, if I recall. Back in the 30s. I'll say this. Someone like Epstein, who had the entire world in his pocket pretty much, it can go both ways. Lots of connections to hide him. Lots of connections to get rid of him. Yeah, I would not be shocked in the slightest if he was still alive. I would not be shocked in this. Because, like, and this is what I was saying yesterday. I'll say it again in case some of y'all weren't watching. Epstein was the guy that could get and do anything. Anything. If he died, it would leave a power vacuum. Somebody would have to take his spot as the guy that could get and do anything. Because him dying, it doesn't mean all these global cabals and shit go away. They just need a new point of contact. They need a new delivery guy. So, if he died, there'd be a power vacuum. Someone would have to replace him as the guy that can get and do anything. Or, his death is faked. That way he can continue being the guy that does everything. So, either way, the end result is the same. None of this stuff ever stopped. In fact, it's likely gotten worse. And it's gotten more clandestine because of all this coming out. So yeah, Cryptic is asking the right question. Who is the new Epstein?
Oh, like, Epstein didn't kill himself? Now they're saying Epstein's not even dead. He could be watching the stream right now. Yep, think about that. He could be watching the stream right now.
So this is some of the things that people use as evidence of him still being alive. So this is Epstein alive. The picture's just been, put horizontally. And this is the supposed image of his body. We don't even know if this image of his body is real. But if it is, the nose, completely wrong. Ear canal, completely wrong. They're saying that Epstein had a tattoo and the body didn't have a tattoo. But again, we don't even know that this dead body is actually him.
Yep, think about that. Jeffrey Epstein could be watching this stream at this very moment. Hi, Jeff. Oh, my God. Well, there it is, guys. Things are just going absolutely fucking insane. Jeff done fucked up. It was always a possibility. It sure was. I mean, I don't even know what else to say about this beyond, I mean, it is beyond anything.
Yeah. So there was that. Man, like, we've been doing so much Epstein coverage lately, and I feel like we have not scratched the surface. Like, yeah, we spent like 2 hours yesterday just on Epstein. I feel like we have not even scratched the surface of this Epstein stuff. It is insane. Catch you later, D-Stock. Have a good rest of your night. We probably won't end up doing Epstein stuff tomorrow because, I don't often do the more political aspects and whatnot on Neon Leon. But we'll see. Man, we'll see, because there's so much information coming out. I feel like we need to keep talking about it. We need to keep theorizing, mainly because we need to keep this in the public consciousness. Because, like, Epstein didn't kill himself as the meme. That might be, like, the longest lasting meme I've ever seen. Epstein didn't kill himself as a meme might be the memes have a life cycle of, like, 1 to 3 months. That meme lasted for, like, 1.5 years. It is almost unheard of. A new stream idea, decoding Epstein. If I didn't already have 6 to 7 streams a week just on my channel, I'd probably do that. But yeah, like 1.5 years of that meme before it finally started to go away. I feel like keeping it in the public consciousness is it was a meme. By definition, it was a meme. A meme is an idea that is, the specific definition of meme. Because meme doesn't just mean funny. Meme doesn't mean joke. Right? The reason that memes pick up So this is the original definition of meme. An element of a culture or system or behavior passed from one individual to another by imitation or other non-genetic means. So by, even if it's not, people think of memes as this first definition, an image, video, piece of text, typically humorous in nature that's copied and spread rapidly by internet users. But you have memes that go back to ancient cultures. Ancient cultures had their own memes. So yeah, Epstein didn't kill himself was a meme. Is the meme like a unit of culture or something like that? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, memes existed long before the internet. Again, there are not prehistoric, because we wouldn't know about them because it's prehistory, but there are ancient historical memes. So yeah, Epstein didn't kill himself is a meme by definition, and it's a meme that lasted way longer than the vast majority of memes. That's the point I'm getting at. So the public consciousness, I'm getting to the point that keeping this in the public consciousness is it is a must do. It is something that we have to remain, make it remain relevant. Yeah, the equivalent of thought contagions, exactly. What flavor Dr. Pepper? It is zero sugar cream soda. It's my favorite kind of Dr. Pepper. Absolute favorite kind of Dr. Pepper. Alrighty. So we have the Epstein stuff. We spent a good hour plus on that. Let's get into one of the titles for this video, right? Let's get into one for this stream. Let's get into one of the title cards, you know, the main course, if you will. Never let them forget. Now, I was told, I think it was by Patrick Roxas, that this VTuber was going off on fascist content creators. Fascists! Let's see how fucking cringe this retard is.
If you're an American and you're not outraged by the injustice...
I'm an American.
...justice done to Alex Pretty,
I'm not outraged by what happened to Alex Pretty.
37-year-old nurse who got executed in cold blood by ICE federal agents in Minnesota recently, then this video just straight up isn't for you.
Oh, you misunderstand, dumbass winged lady, heterochromia having mofo. This video is exactly for me. I can't wait for this. You guys need to understand. Videos with woke retarded lefties over analyzing their ridiculous ideas of fascism is absolutely for me. And quick aside, can we fucking stop, like, over art vomiting on these VTube models? They're getting out of hand. All the multiple colors and multiple different eye colors and all the asymmetry. Why can't more people be like my girl Cindy? Why can't more people be like my girl Cinevere? Simplicity. There's far more beauty in simplicity. Yeah. I hate these over-designed, like, knockoff Tetsuya Nomura-ass looking VTubers.
Because what was done to that man and to Renee Good in just this month alone
was based and hilarious.
Is absolutely heinous and a huge overreach of authority. This doesn't even include all the other injustices the same federal agency has done since Trump began wielding them like his own personal army, terrorizing families of both law-abiding immigrants and U.S. citizens alike. This shit's crazy.
This shit's crazy. No, what's crazy is you think we live in a fascist government when an actual fascist government wouldn't allow you the access to the internet to have this opinion and would likely put you down like a dog for even holding this opinion. But do go on.
No, I get it. I'm a VTuber, so why am I getting political? People don't like watching VTubers who get political because...
No, people love VTubers to get political if they've got the right politics. People love Nux Taku. People love Rev Says Des. People love Kershaw. People love Leaflet. People love my girl Cinevere. What we don't want is dumbasses like you who don't know anything about politics to have an opinion.
Oh, well, I'm here for escapism. Well, guess what, bitch? I ain't a VTuber who LARPs 24/7. Hell, I don't even roleplay as my character and her lore convincingly most of the time. I use this as a medium, and I'm going to keep doing this because this is who I am, and I'm not an idol nor ever portrayed myself as one. So if you got a...
How many views does this have? I'm curious. 130,000 views on this dumb slut. Holy shit.
Problem with me being me and being real here and there, reminding you that reality exists, then get the fuck out of my channel. You don't gotta announce it, by the way. I don't care. Now, for the rest of you...
These zoom-ins and cuts, like, this is so heavily edited. It's like, oh, it gives me more authority. I don't... Bro. You pretend to be an anime character. And like you even said yourself, not convincingly. I really can't wait to hear what you think about politics.
You who graciously stayed this far, you're already 10 times cooler. This isn't how...
Oh, she think I'm 10 times cooler. Girlie, I'm just here to radicalize my audience against people like you. I'm just here to radicalize my audience against people like you.
I wanted to start my first video of the new year, but, well, I'm genuinely worked up over the recent injustice and how some people have proceeded to talk about it, or the lack thereof. So let's get into the meat of this video, because as you may know...
That's true, yeah. It's not just me that's 10 times cooler. All y'all radicals in the chat right now, way cooler.
VTubing has a problem, a huge one. There's plenty of VTubers with large followings who spout out some of the most vitriolic stuff on the near daily. After all, the current political landscape of America didn't get this way overnight. It came about through months and years of building tidal wave of red-pilled takes and anti-woke, anti-DEI slop from people like Asmongold and Tectone.
23-minute video. Couldn't even make it 2 minutes without mentioning Asmongold. Like, you just listed a bunch of videos from other VTubers, didn't say their names, but you said Asmongold. Bro, these people got that Asmongold derangement syndrome, son.
And speaking of Tectone really quick, did y'all hear he lost his protective order case and was found to be guilty of SAing his ex-GF, and now he...
No. He was not found... Okay. He was not found to be guilty of SAing. He lost in a civil case. If it was a sexual assault case, it would be criminal, by the way. If it was an actual sexual assault case, it would be criminal. He's found liable in a civil case. Already wrong, but go on.
Can't own a gun for 10 years? Tectone had threatened me in one of my last videos nearly a year ago, and boy, does it feel so good to see him finally get known as the monster that he is. I stay winning. Anyway, in the VTuber side of things, we have Rev Says Desu, Nuxtaku, Kershaw Verstal, just to name a few. And there are so many more. The thing all of these people have in common is that they all staunchly take stances against what they perceive as woke, a term that has been bastardized beyond belief to now mean anything remotely progressive or leftist, like...
By your own people! By your own people! The wokies bastardize it from the blacks!
Being non-binary or wanting realistic body types and realistic women in games, rather than constantly skinny, perfect anime women with gooner appealing proportions. They also...
Did this creature just be like, throw a fit that people are asking for skinny anime looking characters while they're goonerfied? While looking like this. Guys, we are in for so much goodness. Let's go.
Tend to all be transphobic for whatever reason, saying that all...
We're transphobic because, for one, trans people aren't real, and for another, it's fun as shit and it's funny as hell.
All trans people are grooming children and are pedophiles despite having no evidence of the sort, and they cherry-pick situations to benefit their narrative rather than address the clear elephant in the room, Trump and the Epstein files.
3 minutes in, and Trump and the Epstein files. No mention of Bill Gates, no mention of Bill Clinton, no mention of, all the other Jews or the Saudis, Mossad, the Crown Prince, all that. Dude, yeah, this is every derangement syndrome in one creature. This is kind of beautiful. This is almost an art form.
The literal pedophile defending administration that runs this fucking country? Hello? Y'all just gonna overlook all the actual pedophiles in power because it doesn't fit your hateful rhetoric against less.
I'm pretty sure everyone she just listed is calling out all of the pedophiles.
Than 1% of the population? Wild. But
Wait. So you admit it's 1% of the population. Then why is 99% of the media catering to them? If it's less than 1% of the population, shouldn't less than 1% of the media cater to them?
with the recent events that unfolded from ICE, the execution of Alex Pretty, I was personally furious at the events. Many VTubers and creators in general spoke out this past weekend going fuck ICE or abolish ICE. Even creators that typically remained apolitical or rarely, if ever, talk about politics.
Right. They're saying the approved talking point. Got it. Shocker. Oh no, they're doing what Robert Downey Jr. did in the run-up to the 2016 election, saying the publicly approved talking point.
All had this stance. Even Charlie, moist critical himself, made a video about it saying that you...
Yeah? Charlie makes videos about this sort of shit all the time, and it's always lefty glaze. Why would this shock anyone?
You should be angry, which, if you're an American citizen, yeah, you should be. So much of the Constitution...
Not only am I not angry, I'm ecstatic. I may as well be a McDonald's commercial because I'm loving it.
Was stepped all over and disregarded, from our freedom of speech and peaceful protesting to our Second Amendment rights and the right to bear arms, especially in a state that has open carry laws with a permit, which Alex Pretty did. So much injustice was done, but what have these VTubers who...
Yeah, Charlie lost a debate against Sneeko. You have to be brain dead to lose a debate to Sneeko. I can't fucking stand Sneeko. And I'm like, yeah, Sneeko won that fucking debate. This ain't Burger King. You can't have it your way.
Community and tarnished our reputation to the greater world have said about it. After all, Rev says Desu, Nux Taku, and Kershaw Verstal all openly love Donald Trump enough to bat for his shitty administration. Rev says Desu, after all, said this shortly after Donald Trump became president with, "We won." A reminder that you are not garbage, a bigot, a Nazi, or whatever these freaks threw at you. You love your country and want what's best for everyone. Be proud of that.
Based.
So, you love your country, huh, Rev? You love it so much that when the very administration you sucked up to decides to execute an innocent nurse who took care of sick veterans, whose dying words were, "Are you all right?" to a woman who got shoved by ICE agents who tried to intervene from her getting maced, when that man got shot multiple times in cold blood when he was already prone on the floor, how did Rev respond to such an atrocity?
I'll be real, guys. I'll be real. Since CNN fired Don Lemon, and there's a vacancy there, CNN better hire this broad. CNN needs to hire this broad because, A, it'd be the very first VTuber that's an actual news anchor, and we all know how much these lefty freaks love their first time ever accolades. She'd also bring in more ratings. She would bring in more ratings than Don Lemon.
Oh. To a VTuber who said simply, fuck ICE, when they were far from the only...
Wait.
When that man got shot multiple times in cold blood when he was already prone on the floor, how did Rev respond to such an atrocity?
Yeah, he said LARPS is a 1950s VTuber, hates current federal agency that is more tame than any law enforcement agency the time period included in her LARP. Locke's replies all you want. I think you're fully aware of your hypocrisy. So, he didn't say anything inflammatory whatsoever. You know, the thing that cost him his sponsorship with Advanced GG, he didn't say anything controversial. These are factually accurate statements.
Oh. To a VTuber who said simply, fuck ICE, when they were far from the only VTuber who said this, by the way, he decided to quote retweet her and say, LARPS as a 1950s VTuber, hates current federal agency that is more tame than any law enforcement agency of the time period included in her LARP. Lux replies all you want. I think you are all fully aware of your hypocrisy and baseless virtue signaling.
Correct.
It's amazing that Rev, in less than 24 hours from the tragedy, dares say ICE is more tame. Sure, lots of things happened in the 19...
Yeah, they are. Like, categorically, definitionally, more tame than what was going on in the 50s. I don't know how much y'all know about the 50s. It's a pretty tumultuous time.
1950s, but Rev's message comes across as pretty tone-deaf when everyone was upset, including many Republicans who were starting to realize that Trump has gone too far, especially...
What? Trump didn't murder the motherfucker. Dude showed up to a lawful operation being performed by ICE in paramilitary gear with a gun. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing.
Since Trump basically said the Second Amendment doesn't exist because you can't have guns. You can't walk in with guns. But also, if we're to use Rev's logic that Miss Lala is LARPing as a 1950s diner waitress, can we comment on Rev's hypocrisy for LARPing as a little girl despite being a grown-ass Christian man who has also harassed trans people and accused them of being groomers just because some trans people advocated for gender-affirming...
Yeah, which would be grooming, by the way. Which would be grooming. By definition, he's accusing them of what they're doing. When they say that they are advocating for gender-affirming care for children, that's grooming.
Care for trans kids? If we're going to falsely accuse people of being groomers just for telling kids, hey, gender-affirming care exists, then not going to lie,
gender-affirming care doesn't exist, though. Gender-affirming care is a lie by Big Pharma, which we recently found out perpetuated by Epstein in the Epstein files. Interesting how she mentions the Epstein files earlier, but doesn't bring that up.
Deep an assumption makes me think people have every right to think all lolicons are pedos. Oh, you don't like that assumption? Then maybe you shouldn't jump to conclusions just because you don't like something. Any amount of research will tell you what gender-affirming care entails, and that is simply, it does not make kids get surgery.
Then explain the $2 million lawsuit won in New York from just a couple days ago about the underage surgery that was done. Like, in all reality, if no underage surgeries are being done, then why was somebody just awarded $2 million in the state of New York, nonetheless, for medical malpractice? And yes, you're correct, Person 11. Puberty blockers aren't any better, you dense whore.
Now, back to Rev. Rev makes a lot of assumptions about Miss Lala. Miss Lala has made this clear in her trailer that she does not have the 1950s values.
And don't be fooled by the aesthetics. This diner is all about vintage style, not vintage values. The diner is a home for everyone, and there will always be a stool at the counter waiting for you.
And Rev, assuming everyone from the 1950s was complacent in authoritative injustice, is clearly lacking a history book.
Yeah, exactly, Cryptic Manga. TLC had a show about a trans kid, so yeah, Jazz Jennings.
In the 1950s, the civil rights movement was beginning to make waves. There was Brown v. the Board of Education and Rosa Parks as just two of the major...
And Rosa Parks was a scam, by the way. Y'all want to know the truth about Rosa Parks? In case you guys don't know your history, I'll tell you the truth about Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks was a staged event. This isn't a conspiracy theory. This is a fact of history. Rosa Parks was a staged event. Originally, it was a young, I believe 17-year-old, basically young, out-of-wedlock, pregnant black girl who did the initial refusal to take a seat. Or the original to stand up from a seat, I should say. But because that optically wouldn't look so good for the movement, for the movement of equal rights, they decided to replace that woman's story with a staged event of a working class, non-pregnant, out-of-wedlock black woman who would have been more palatable to the conservative-minded individuals of both black and white America of the time. She may have even been younger, War Wizard. Wait, oh, you didn't know that, Gal Carrymon? You didn't know that? Yeah. The Rosa Parks, refusal to take a stand, the refusal to stand up for the white man bus event was entirely staged based off of a real event that had happened weeks prior, but the girl that actually did it was not the right kind of messenger for either the black or white sides of the movement. Yes. That is, feel free to look it up if you think I'm wrong. I can guarantee you right now I am not. I am 100% correct. Rosa Parks was staged.
Any incidents that happened in the 1950s. To assume that everyone who lived in that time period was a happy, raging racist is just shallow and narrow-minded. But I assume nothing from Rev, who decided to claim ICE is, quote, more tame, less than a day after they killed an innocent U.S. citizen who did no wrong. To this, Miss Lala did respond to Rev's tweet going, if you want to have a conversation about my actions, then come to me and let's have a conversation.
Or I could just quote tweet you on X because you put your thoughts out there and this is the public square. You can't get upset as spaghetti when somebody disagrees with you publicly when you post your thoughts publicly, you dumb hoe. Like, I will say, Miss Lala is convincingly LARPing as a 1950s woman because she is just as dumb as shit as 1950s women.
My post wasn't directed towards you, and I don't know what I have personally done to you to warrant a targeted reaction about me to your community, to the point that I am receiving slurs from your community members. Ephesians 4:32, be kind to one another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another as God in Christ forgave you. You're a man of faith, correct? You don't have to like my opinions, Rev, but you also don't have to antagonize your community against me.
Again, if you can't handle the heat on X, then stay the fuck off X.
Now, Miss Lala did get absolutely horrendous people in her quote retweets and comments.
Yeah, alright. The deportation will continue. What the fuck you gonna do about that? Alright, no slur there. Another one, and it's just the Rosa Buzz Lightyear, no slur there. What a vapid sophomoric virtue signal, no slurs there. You should be yelling at a SIG for allowing such a piece of trash to be allowed to be bought if it wasn't ICE's fault. Again, SIGs are known to have that problem. Yeah, your kind really want to fuck the ICE guy because Lefty's guy's only good for pegging, and it's not really satisfied. I'm not sure what that's trying to say. It's so horrendously written. None of these show slurs.
Comments, all calling her
goddamn bitch whore. All right, even those aren't slurs. They're mean words. They're not slurs. Nah, fuck liberals. Stay in your lane. People watch people like you to ignore it. Don't jet yourself into the shit you don't belong. Sit entertainment, not soapbox politics. Retard alert. None of those slurs. None of those are slurs. And for anyone who's well, retard's not a slur either. Retard is a really fun fucking word. And this person is a retard.
Slurs and racist things because she is openly Puerto Rican. Mix that with a lot of people.
What? Because she's openly Puerto Rican? There was not one no one called her a spick. No one called her a wetback. Or is wetback for all Latinos or just Mexicans? I think it might actually just be point is, there were no slurs there. There was anything dirty about Puerto Rican. If you're going to lie, don't show proof in your own video that that disproves your lie.
People who clearly support ICE, it's a hot cocktail of volatility, and locking replies honestly makes sense for someone who doesn't want to deal with that nonsense.
No, it doesn't. If you're gonna say some shit, own up to what you said.
Rev responded with, your, quote, conversation was saying, quote, fuck ICE. Also funny that he censors fuck here when he clearly has no issue saying fuck normally. And now you're trying to weaponize my faith against me. Poorly. Romans 13:1-7. Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. Consequently, whoever rebels against the authority is rebelling against what God has instituted, and those who do so will bring judgment on themselves. You made
Gotcha, bitch.
a public post and people disagreed with you. You tell people to have a conversation, but you immediately lock your replies when faced with criticism. Pointing out hypocrisy isn't unkind. I'm not antagonizing my community against you. If you want to play that game, just look at the replies from your own supporters towards me. You made an obnoxious virtue signaling post with no depth whatsoever. You got backlash. If you don't like that, then maybe don't dive into these topics publicly.
Facts. Nothing Rev said here was wrong. And mind you, I got my gripes with Rev. I do got some gripes with Rev. I've got a lot of them are similar to the gripes I have of Chibi reviews. I'm not big fan of how he structures his content. Sometimes I find the information is incorrect, hasn't been dug into too much. I got some gripes with Rev, but nothing he said here was off base at all. Straight shooting.
Rev definitely got backlash for this because, oh, well, look what the newly converted Christian man is doing. Cherry-picking Bible verses to hide behind to newly converted.
When a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing amongst you must not be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself. You would your foreigners in Egypt. I am your Lord God. Yeah, except where they are not residing in the land. They are usurping the land. See, In Leviticus, what was being said here was people that are coming to be a part of the culture, not people who are coming to destroy the culture. Deuteronomy. So then show love for those foreigners because you were once foreigners in Egypt, which just harkens back to the same point from Leviticus. Exodus. Do not oppress a foreigner. You yourselves know how it feels to be foreigners because you were foreigners in Egypt. We don't oppress foreigners that come here, properly and that actually become assimilated. There's no oppression whatsoever. If we oppressed foreigners, then there wouldn't be half of the just incredibly well-off, well-life leading, in times even full-on wealthy foreigners that have started new lives in America. Matthew 25:35. So they're jumping to New Testament now. For I was hungry and you gave me food. I was thirsty and you gave me drink. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. That again is not inherently have anything to do with being a foreigner.
Converted Christian man is doing, cherry-picking Bible verses to hide behind to pretend he's a good...
All of those Bible verses were also just cherry-picked and were also interpreted wildly incorrectly. Rev was the only one that actually properly interpreted the Bible verse.
Good, wholesome, godly man. Absolutely pathetic. He's far from the only person who uses their religion as a shield from criticism, however. There's another VTuber who's recently joined the far-right grifting scene, though I don't think she's nearly as well known on YouTube. If you got this far and haven't started bitching and moaning in my comments and clicked off this video, you'll definitely want to see how crazy this is.
Oh no, we're here for the long haul, baby. Don't worry. I ain't clicking off this video for shit. This is getting clipped into its own video because this is hilarious.
This one gets. There's a Christian VTuber by the name of Celestium who first got some notoriety all the way back in October 2024 when she posted a clip going, "Am I being homophobic here?"
If you gay, it's a sin.
That's what the Bible says. Because it's a sin doesn't mean that we're attacking you. I'd rather make you uncomfortable going to heaven than make you comfortable and send you to hell.
Facts. Facts. And by the way, there's nothing homophobic about that. Nothing homophobic by definition of what homophobia is.
Bitch, you going to hell anyways, you stupid.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, because I believe in the God of the Bible. I rebuke your demons.
At some point, you gotta shut up, bro. This is fucking Roblox, bro.
No, it doesn't matter, because everybody needs the word of God.
Stupid bitch. You over here being homophobic for what you using now, dumb.
The answer is yes. Yes, she is. And those...
Nope. Let's just break out the definitions. Let's just break out the definitions real quick. Dislike of or prejudice against gay people. Nothing she said there was being dislikeful or prejudice. They're talking about in the religious sense. Let's talk about homophobic definition. Feelings or actions showing prejudice, fear, hatred, or aversion towards lesbian, gay, bisexual, or queer homosexuality stemming from irrational fear, misunderstanding, or cultural or religious beliefs. They throw in the cultural or religious beliefs because that's their caveat. Because every single major religion in the world holds these same beliefs, so they have to throw that in there. That's fucking funny. That's not what homophobia is ever fucking meant. That's probably some new age ADL bullshit. Some super Jew bullshit.
Those kids on Roblox are right to call her out on her BS. And she got a lot of backlash on Twitter during this time, but also, as is Twitter norm, she got a lot of people calling her based and, "You're so brave for speaking up on your religion. F those Twitter freaks." So, yeah. Anyway, she's been on that grift ever since and has been staunchly outspoken against trans creators like Nyara.
Nyara is not a creator because, to quote Tolkien, evil cannot create.
Gendering these women by
Who's this I'm reacting to? An absolute insane woke lefty VTuber called Sephora Denoma. And it is hilarious. Hayden, you're gonna love this, homie.
Deliberately calling trans women with he, him pronouns and says stuff like, "This person will never be a woman."
They won't.
In addition, shortly...
By the way, they won't. That's just fact. That's just biologically accurate.
After Renee Good got murdered, Celestium had this to say. "That's it. I'm getting an ice-inspired outfit for my VTuber. I'm so tired of the horrendous takes from these leftist/liberal VTubers.
Based.
La Animigra coming to a stream near you. Let's bring it to life for real." She's Latino, by the way. She then begs to be funded on her throne with, "La Animigra needs your help. All tourists will be deported. JK, just the people illegally in America."
Based, I don't know who the Celestium broad is, but we might need to be doing some Celestium reactions in the chat going forward. I want to say, I would like to say, Safere Denoma, I want to take this moment to publicly thank you. I would have not known who Celestium was, but now that I do, I'll be reacting to more of her content, and I can't wait to support her. Awesome work. Great job.
And during the recent Alex Pretty murder, she, of course, did not care. She saw Rev's quote retweet of Miss Lala's tweet and said, she also openly supports or is part of the LGBT herself, if I recall. Miss Lala quoting scripture makes me wonder if she's truly of the faith or simply cherry-picking to save face. Genuinely disappointed that she's got an attitude towards law enforcement and using scripture when it suits her. Listen, Celestium, we get you hate gay people, but y'all really do like having a Christian icon in your name.
Patrick Rocks is with a 2-banger. You see the comment I left on this video. Maybe I'll look at comments in a bit when the video is done. Thanks for the 2-banger, homie.
Absolute bigots. This is an insult to those who are good practicing Christians who remember to love thy neighbor as thyself.
Right. Here's what people misunderstand, right? Here's what people don't understand. The Bible preaches kindness, not niceness. They're not the same. Being nice to somebody is not the same as being kind to somebody. Because telling somebody the truth is kind, even if the truth is not nice.
Because I just want to make it clear, I don't have any...
Celestium's link was dropped in the chat by the Mad Mod Nagernal. Make sure to subscribe it, but don't leave the stream to do so.
Against Christians who show true love and peace to all. I do have a problem with those that weaponize religion as a shield while they continue to be an openly hateful person. There's a huge difference. Now, when someone challenges her, she's really Christian, she says, I don't see any love from these protesters who are being funded by criminal organizations and actively causing unrest in their towns.
Funded by criminal organizations, yeah, because all them bricks left on the sides of sidewalks didn't just magically grow there overnight. Like, someone didn't just come and plant the brick bush seed overnight, and then you magically Jack and the Beanstalked it into reality. So she is correct.
I don't enjoy seeing the loss of life on either side, as I've said multiple times, but I also know God did not call for people to be this unruly in their, quote, protests. And then when the person calling them out says, and then they should be killed then? Any kill ICE makes is one step closer to more public outrage. We are tired of it, and now more voices keep raising.
Maybe motherfuckers shouldn't be protesting against, not protesting, protesting fine. Maybe people shouldn't take the step from protesting into rioting against ICE when everything they're doing is completely legal. You might not like that what they're doing is legal, but unfortunately it is. So yeah, don't start nothing, won't be nothing. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. The graph of FAFO, whatever you want to fucking call it. When I did my, back in the day, me and my buddy Aaron, and we started this debate style Man on the Ground YouTube channel. And we went to one of our first videos, we went to a feminist rally. Went to a feminist rally in the city I live in. It was being held at the town square, the whole nine. Big turnout, a lot of feminists out there was saying ridiculous, dumb shit. And we were walking around, you know, with a video camera, microphone, interviewing people. Gal was awesome. Obviously, she disagreed with us politically on everything under the fucking sun, but she was willing to answer questions. She was asking questions. She was engaging in what, at the very least, seemed like good faith debate. This is during the first Trump administration, by the way. And while we're interviewing her, while we're questioning her, some big back bitch walks in front of the fucking camera, looks at her and says, "Are you okay? Do you need help?" And the feminist gal is like, "No, I'm fine." And big bad bitch is like, "Okay, well, I'm gonna stand right over there, and if you need anything of these men are bothering you, just give you the signal." And she fucking walks off. And me and Aaron look at each other and look at the gal interviewing and was like, that was fucked up. And the girl was like, "Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know what that was about. I don't even know her." Like, that's what these people are, dude.
Sorry, but I'm genuinely starting to believe your kind are using religion as a tool and are not in fact Christians. And Celestium responds, if someone has a weapon confirmed or uses their vehicle as a weapon, they pose a threat to the public. Only in those instances should law enforcement draw their weapons to protect those in the crowd if possible. As I said, I don't like the loss of life on either side, but if you bring a weapon of any sort to the scene, expect to possibly lose your life.
That is factually accurate. That's one of those unfortunate facts of life. You don't bring weapons to protests, guys. If you are a responsible gun owner, then you wouldn't have brought a gun to a place where a legal operation was being held. It's very easy. It's simple, mind you.
With major instances had people using some form of weapon/vehicle. The governor and Antifa should stop sending people out on these organized crime protests, and we could
Facts.
all move
I'm liking
on.
the Celestium broad.
So she is blaming Alex Pretty for having a holstered gun when he's allowed to do so in an open carry state such as Minnesota with a permit, which he...
You cannot obstruct law enforcement. You also cannot use a weapon to attack an officer. Bingo, bango, bongo. Correct. I live in an open carry state. I live in an open carry city. If I was to go to that feminist rally today, I would not be bringing my weapon. That could end badly.
Right. Also, not to mention all the other crazy conspiracy bullshit like protesters are paid actors from Antifa. Hey, just a heads up, if we're getting paid to protest, why don't you just go out and march on the streets and get paid for just walking around holding a sign?
Because, at least to our knowledge, the right doesn't fund these protests because people on the right, or even just the middle ground, have fucking jobs. We have jobs, so we don't get to go to these protests and whatnot. Also, we don't have anything to protest against. This is what we want. Why? What is there to protest against? This is what we want.
Easy money, right?
There's a time and place for everything, but this is not it. Professor Oak, probably.
Just do it. Prove it's real. Expose the system. Anyway.
What system would there be to expose that the people wouldn't pay a right-winger, especially a publicly known right-winger at this point, to go do, like, holy shit, she's retarded.
There's another alt-right parroting bigot who also believes your constitutional rights don't exist under Trump. Here we have Kershaw Verstaal. She has previously said white supremacist talking points and even has an open Nazi fan and interacts with openly Nazi creators. All of which
Hold on,
I've
who is
met
the
an
openly
open
Nazi
Nazi
creator?
fan and interacts with open...
Maddie J, more like Kershaw Knock. Wait, Maddie J. Is Maddie J and openly not? Who's Maddie J? I'm curious. Let's try it like this. Channels. I mean, maybe this? I doubt it's this. 7 months ago. Videos 3. Yeah, it's certainly not this one. Who's this openly Nazi Maddie J you're referring to? Oh, it's Synthetic Man? Yeah, I mean, okay. I mean, I don't really like Synthetic Man. I think that he's an actual grifter. Like, Synthetic Man is one of these people that I do believe is using, like, you know, quote-unquote anti-woke content or whatnot just to get money, just to get views. Like, I do think that he is an actual grifter. I don't know that he's a Nazi, but even if he is, oh no. Oh fucking no. You don't control your fucking audience. He's worse than JDA? That's wild.
Nazi creators.
Yeah, I agree. He's like
anti-pants.
anti-pants.
I've mentioned before in a previous video. She also is very much pro-Trump, so much so that she literally had this art as her Twitter banner for a while, parodying when Trump supposedly almost got assassinated and got shot in the ear, which, by the way, is mysteriously healed now. Anyway.
Oh my god, she even believes that the ear thing was fake! She even believes that the ear shot was... These people don't... You can't be sitting here and talking about the open carry laws if you don't know anything about guns, if you think the ear shot was fake. Hayden Wayne for a 20-banger. This idiot. She couldn't give any examples of Kershaw saying anything racist because she doesn't. She makes jokes. The bookcase she retweeted was a retweet of her plus from somebody on X who had a book with a forearm symbol. Dude, you can't look to these folk for logic, right? Especially women, right? Especially women. But gender aside, sex aside, gender aside, remember there's only two genders. Yeah, these people are retarded. It's kind of beautiful. I can't wait to clip this into its own video. Hopefully this creature watches it, and if so, I want them to get to this clip specifically for you, Hayden. This is for you, man.
Now excuse me while I harass someone for having pronouns in their bio.
Junebug coming in with a 5-banger, says, double class today. How's the stream? Oh, trust me, stream's going real good, Junebug. You in for a treat since you just showed up. Thanks for the 5-banger, homie.
Wait, I got curious what Miss Pro MAGA was up to during the Alex Preddy stuff, and...
Synthetic Man audience was going after Kershaw on X and started going at her in chat to start a shit between them, so Kershaw went into his chat, just wants to clarify she wasn't saying anything. So wait. So they're not even friends. So this gal's just blatantly lying about them being friends? What the fuck?
No. Calling the officers there to arrest criminal illegals violent and untrained is part of the problem, Arsler. You are incensing people.
Oh my god, this thing said Arsler. This gal wouldn't even say retard. Got no problem saying fuck and all this stuff, but won't say... Remember, guys, these people are real. These people are real. Like, you wonder why there's been, like, this massive rise in, like, what you call alt-right personalities. Really, just people with common fucking sense that aren't alt-right in the slightest. It's because people like you unironically say Arsler. And I good goddamn guarantee you this bitch has said the N-word with a hot hard R behind closed doors. Because all these broads have. All these broads, every single one of them, have always said the N-word with the hard R behind closed doors, and they think none of they black friends are listening.
People who are radicalized and it will put their lives in danger. What's sickening is your and the other so-called leaders of Minnesota's behavior. I will genuinely never understand people going out and protesting getting rid of rapists, murderers, and violent felons who are here illegally. All the propaganda, all the lies, putting their own lives on the line by confronting officers.
Yes, you're correct, Demon Carol. This individual would absolutely call me far right, and that makes it even funnier. Here's my thought process. Because I had a y'all remember Spammer that was in chat yesterday, you know, saying that I wasn't right-wing enough, that I was faking being right-wing, that I'm actually a woke lefty. Well, you're right. I'm not faking being right-wing because I'm not right-wing. I'm not left-wing. I'm neither. I hate fucking both sides. I'm an anarchist. I want to burn it all to the ground. That's neither here nor there. Point is, yeah, if I'm getting called ultra-left and ultra-right, I know I'm doing my job fully correctly.
Officers directly? And for what? Gee, Kershaw, I wonder why people are out there in the streets protesting their friends, neighbors, and family getting murdered and abducted. Who would ever do such a thing? Risking yourself for...
Dude, I'm so much worse than the reincarnation of Stalin. Stalin wishes he was me, bro. Did Stalin have hair like this?
Another human being? What the fuck? She then says a few hours later, I am incredibly frustrated. I don't want to continue seeing senseless loss of life. These people LARPing as revolutionaries shouldn't be trying to fight with ICE/CBP, especially over criminals. Democrat politicians inciting their base are absolutely making things worse. Kershaw, miss, you shouldn't be able to use your First and Second Amendment rights to do a peaceful protest and carry a gun but not draw it. Yikes.
Yes, obvious. Oh my god. Yes, correct. Because these protests are protesting lawful operations by officers. What's the first... Y'all, who here's ever gotten pulled over while you got a gun on you? Because I know I have. If you get pulled over when you got a firearm, what's the first fucking thing you do? You tell the cop that you have a fucking gun on you. So yeah, you don't go to protests that are anti-cop with guns.
I'll really need to do this grift thing to work out with your ignorant audience, huh? And, of course, she also backs up Rev because they all love to gang up and try to shit on the woke libs for clout points in the red-pilled echo chamber. Having a disagreement on
You do not get to use the term echo chamber when you are so deep in the echo chamber that it is deafening. And I imagine it's even worse considering your giant-ass ears. You have Omega for a 2-banger. Wonder she'll mention the house slur incident. Oh, you know she ain't gonna. You know she's not gonna mention that gal who called the black ice dude a house N-word.
It is not worth an uninvolved people trying to struggle session a sponsor into dropping a creator. If we play by the logic of Rev...
Coach explicitly said you can bring a gun to a protest, but it greatly increase your chance of being shot. And yeah, legally you're allowed to. You shouldn't do it. You shouldn't fucking do it. It's fucking stupid.
his community to say mean words in Lala's reply, which he didn't do, then Lala sent her community to financially ruin Rev by threatening his sponsor also is in play, which I don't think she did. And the latter looks far worse. Attempting to throw weight in order to strike fear into companies to bend the knee to you is shit cunt behavior. Do not negotiate with these kinds of people. Support companies who stand by their creators, especially in the face of these kinds of tactics. I'll put Rev and Strabi stuff below. Now, all this Advanced GG stuff is still currently ongoing, but essentially Advanced GG is an energy drink company of which Rev says Desu and his wife Darling Strabi are very much one of their partners. Many have expressed frustration that Rev is allowed to be openly pro-ICE and still work with Advanced despite Advanced working within Minnesota, the very state where so much ICE-related atrocities are currently happening.
Atrocities, right. Yeah, atrocities. A lawful shooting of Renee Good, and then whatever you call what happened with Preddy. Because frankly, I'm not sure that investigation's still ongoing. Right. Demon Carol for a 2-banger says, haha, Eric, I can say it in super. Oh wait, fuck, haha, Eric, I can say it in supers. Nice.
This will be its own thing as it plays out, so for now, I'll just leave it at that. But recently, Advanced GG did say they, quote, do not support extremism or hate. We have zero tolerance for harassment, threats, doxing, or content that marginalizes any community. We are committed to inclusivity, respect, and maintaining a community where people feel safe and welcome. Anyone familiar with Rev's content and his audience? No, that's anything but safe and welcoming. As he...
Really? Nothing was... Last I checked, first of all, Rev doesn't really have an audience in the same sense that most people do. Because he doesn't stream. So you just see what's on X and what's in the Twitter, in the YouTube comments. So it's not even like you can go into a fucking Rev stream and like get harassed or whatever. This is insane. Gal Carry Mom with a 2-banger just says, fuck. I'll be real. I've never had an issue with Rev's audience. I have criticized Rev many a time. I've never had an issue with his audience. Seems to me like some made-up wackadoo bullshit.
He has personally harassed me while defending his friend Kershaw for reading explicit porn on stream.
I highly doubt he harassed you. Look, hot fucking take. You can't get harassed on the internet. You can't. You can't get harassed. If you have the ability to turn off the phone or turn off the computer, turn off the TV, mute, block, whatever it may be. If you have the ability to do all that, then you cannot be harassed. Because harassment is a it's a two-way street. Well, really, it's a one-way street because you're not able to get the harassment to stop. So if you have avenues in which to stop the harassment, then it's not actual harassment. It's just people saying shit you don't like. War Wizard with a 2-banger saying fuck too. Haha, yeah.
I already made a video on these two before, so go check it out if you're missing out.
Oh, I'm
Back
good.
to Kershaw.
I'm good.
She is essentially saying, oh, you guys are trying to financially ruin a man, but he did sort of incite harassment on Lala in the first place.
Just saying shit you disagree with is harassment of these clowns, man. Again, this thing has it down to an art form. This thing has these lefty, liberal, cuck ideologies and talking points down to a fucking art form, bro.
No one told him he had to quote retweet and make fun of her with his bad, flimsy assumptions.
Well, first of all, he didn't have... That's, again, it's public. It's public. It's so... Does this broad have an X? I bet it has a blue sky. To be fair, I bet this thing has a blue sky. But let's see if it has an X. Oh, it does. It does right here. All right, let's take a look here. I'm gonna wait. Need to make sure there's no NSFW stuff. All right, so let's look at the replies. Feet, no. Doxing is live on stream. Bald. Chilling out today. Tips on how to be an apolitical VTuber. Don't joke about ICE. Don't joke about Trump. Don't comment on civil rights leaders. Don't joke about the Holocaust or Hitler. Don't talk constantly about being apolitical. Being entertainers at just time about it. If they do want to be purely apolitical, it really is just easy. Just don't allude to anything political, not even being apolitical. Keep doing your thing. Oh, shut the fuck up, you hypocrite. Let's see. Oh my god, it says it's asexual. Of course it thinks it's a made-up thing like asexual. Well, I'll give this creature credit. It doesn't look like it, quote, retweets people. Maybe it'll be in posts and not replies. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing it, quote, retweeting any, like, right-wingers or whatever trying to talk shit. Oh. Hold on. Nicholas Light deleted all the posts if you had been called out for defending MELTDOWN. Hey, why'd you feel the need to repost this? Oh, as, you know, X is the public square, of course. Present my documentation detailing Brody Fox's behavior towards employees, his shady business dealings, NFTs, and most recently his scam. I haven't gotten the chance to read this yet, but I know Brody Fox recently became a crypto shill. All right. Hey, why are you calling somebody a crypto shill? You know, if you're not supposed to be engaging with people you disagree with on X. Let's see, are there any others? No one ever knows I'm Asian. Trust me, I don't care what you are. You're a cretin. Ghislaine was a Reddit supermod. Epstein was 4chan troll who likely started r/poll. You can't even make this up. So you're telling me the internet is as shit as it is right now because pedophiles, human traffickers, the current online alt-right shit. Wait, what are you talking about? Alt-right shit was fostered by... r/poll tried to ban this sort of stuff. They tried to not engage with it. That's why people moved to 8chan. This is history. Do people not know their online history? I believe in asexuality like I believe in Bigfoot. Sure, they might be out there, but the photos are blurry. Is there anything else? All right, let's go back to the video. This is boring. This moron's boring.
Anyway, everyone's currently losing faith in Advanced GG at the moment because of Rev, and many VTubers have already separated from gamer subs because of Kershaw last year, because both of these people have advocated for hate with their communities. But if you're sitting there wondering, man, where can I get my energy drink supplements now? Well, how about checking out Rogue Energy? Feel free to use my code.
No, we're not. I'm not giving you the grace. Usually I give the grace of letting sponsor ads right out, but I don't want this person making money. I don't think communists should be allowed to make money. It's against their ideology.
Their hydration flavors are honestly, and I'm not of these individuals. This is educational, and it's not hateful to point out intolerant people who want people like me dead or without rights. Back to the video, Kershaw has...
I don't think you should have rights. Not, you know, for any reason other than you're a woman. I just want to make that clear.
Also made a parody post on the recent ICE post made by outraged American citizens by saying fuck ICE. With this playing,
I like these like strap things. A bunch of the agents have them. These I don't know what these straps are for, if they're like part of keeping the holster like stuck to their thigh or something. But all of these thigh straps really highlight the large bulges on the agents. Not to like objectify them or anything, but like it's kind of hot. Stop looting the feds. I will loot.
Yeah, of course it's of course it's okay for lefties to grift, Nagarnal. Of course it's okay for lefties to grift.
The feds. It is my right as an American citizen.
right. She wants to fuck ICE, as in get down and dirty with her totally visible bulges. All right. Anyway, as I'm sure you get by now, the Western VTuber community has been overrun by these bigoted pro-fascist creators that have honestly polluted the audience.
Overrun? What are you talking? You listed 2 names so far. Now, I did the courtesy of also throwing in Leaflet and Nux. But you've listed 2 names so far, and then you've also said that a myriad of VTubers have left Advanced GG and left Gamer Subs because they didn't like the involvement with Kershaw and Rev. So by that logic, it's actually overrun with leftists, and these right-wing VTubers are the minority.
Pool for VTuber watchers. Many outside of the VTuber space literally think of us all as grifter freaks who only show our physics for thirst clicks, and that's so so far from the truth. But progressive voices like mine are also shunned within this very community.
Yeah, the VTuber scene is absolutely overrun by crazy lefties. 100%. There's no argument there. If we were to break down the ratio, it would be catastrophically left-leaning.
Overshadowed by the more prolific and easy to spread hatred and vitriol of those on the far right. There's many in the scene who are progressive like me in this space, but they are afraid to speak up in general because, well, voices like mine do get bullied into silence. I'm sure.
Then explain how you were able to make this video. Then explain how you were able to make this video if people get bullied into silence. Because just like harassment, bullying on the internet's not real. Bullying on the internet's not real. Hayden Wayne says, we need to shun the progressive VTubers more, I say as a VTuber fan. I've never met a bigger VTuber fan in my life than Hayden. Hayden is the biggest VTuber fan I've ever met. Hayden can give you obscure Japanese VTuber logic from like 2018 before Americans watched VTube shit. So yeah. Yeah, I'd say that you've got the high ground here, Hayden. Absolutely.
If you look in the comments section, you'll find many who will be combative, probably calling me the R slur and all sorts of vile things, and some might even try saying, you will never be a woman, despite me being cis-female. Overall, outspoken voices like mine get labeled as political, whereas anti-woke rhetoric gets labeled simply as drama. In reality, those anti-woke grifters are being political, but some of you are too dense.
Yes, yeah, no one's argued that we're not being political. Well, I say I'm not VTuber, but like that the quote-unquote anti-woke folk we're obviously being political. That's the whole thing. I mean, that's true. That's true, Matt Sanford. Cis is a slur. Cis is a slur. So she just used a slur. But yeah, no. Of course we're being political. We don't fucking hide that. Now, we don't necessarily have to be political. If all this woke shit ended tomorrow, I would just make videos talking about how much I love Ocarina of Time. But unfortunately, that's not where we're at as a culture.
And narrow-minded to see the truth. Overall, this entire situation in the VTuber scene is tiring, but I will always remain a voice for my own beliefs, for the human rights of all, and I will never tolerate those that would never tolerate me or my friends. Never let these—
Junebug for a 5-banger says you can't get harassed if you're forgotten. This VTuber just need to go from who to a— huh? Yeah, this is amazing. Like, I know that bringing up follower counts is cringe, but it's also fucking hilarious. 44,000 subs. Kershaw, on the other hand, 120,000. 3 times larger. Rev says Des, 757,000. Leaflet, 168,000. Nux, 2 million. And by the way, he doesn't even talk politics on this channel. This is Nux Taku. Let's do Nuxanor, where he gets real heavy into it. Almost a milli. Almost a milli. Needless to say, I think that more people rock with them.
These creators forget the atrocious things they have supported, made fun of, and ridiculed during this tumultuous time. Whenever the pendulum swings back, I guarantee you—
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, I only just learned about Celestia. Let's find out Celestia. Did I not spell it right? Let's do Celestia VTuber. I don't think that's the right one. Oh, Celestium. My bad, Celestium. Alright, so Celestium is notably smaller. Celestium. Oh! Celestium's live right now. With only 28 watching. So here's what we'll do. Here's what we're going to do, crew. If Celestium is still live when this video is finished, we're going to rate her. If Celestium is still live, not when this stream is finished. I have one more thing I want to cover. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. We'll end the stream after this video, because I got to make myself some dinner and shit anyway. And I'll save the Minecraft stuff for Neon Leon tomorrow. How about that? Let's do that in, I'll leave it up to you guys in chat. I want you to let me know what you think. But we'll end the stream after this video, because I've been going for about 4 hours anyway. And we'll save the Minecraft stuff for tomorrow. Alright, cool. Looks like you guys are on board with it. Let's go ahead and drop Celestium a follow real quick on X. There we go. Perfect. I want you to know, Sephra, you made this possible. I want to extend a personal thank you. You made this possible. Because I've got over 60 people watching right now. So this would be, if everybody sticks with it, this would be a nice little chunk of a raid for her on YouTube.
Guys will try their best to grift their way back, saying, guys, remember when I was woke? But I hope no one lets them forget that currently, in this present day, these creators have long promoted and been careless, heartless monsters who supported the abduction and execution of innocents, who ridiculed and mocked the atrocities done by the very administration they uplifted. Some of these creators hide behind religion to...
Bro, ChatGPT really put in the work for this script. I'll say that. ChatGPT put in the work for this script, son.
Pretend they are faultless and above all and can never be criticized, but never let them forget. And it's not just those that I have openly named today. There are so many more who have made content that promotes such vitriolic beliefs, even in subtle ways. But those subtleties can put you down the wrong pipeline if you aren't careful. Always stay educated, always know the facts, and ultimately stay true to your beliefs. But if your beliefs tell you that a person who's trans, who's queer, who's a different skin color or a different gender than you has to lose their rights,
then those beliefs are based and you should keep it up.
Don't belong in my community, and you never will. Because love for our fellow neighbor is not possible when it is built upon prejudices and discrimination.
Yeah, because your heart is so big that you mock Charlie Kirk's death. Get the fuck out of here. Facts, Nagernal. Facts. I wonder what would happen. Hold on. Let's do something real quick, crew. I'm gonna test something. Let's see if this creature made any comments about Charlie Kirk. Let's see if this creature made any comments about Charlie Kirk. Alright, so right here, we're gonna advanced Twitter search. Sorry, Twitter advanced search, whatever. Alright, Charlie Kirk. And then, where's the account? Alright, from this account right here, let's search. Cyberweasel confirms she didn't watch my Rev Curse video, despite commenting over 100 times in the video. Explains a lot, actually. And I stream my notes are full of bigots. Time to block. Go away, Curse stands. You're cringe. This is back in March. And it looks like may not have said anything. Fruits X. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Oh, wait. Oh, it's there. That's Kick, not Kirk. Alright, to be fair, doesn't seem like this monster has actually talked about Charlie Kirk. Doesn't seem like this monster has actually talked about Charlie Kirk. Fair enough. We were wrong on that one.
And oppression. Thank you for watching. Till next time, keep it vibing.
Alright, so there was that video. Here you go, chat. Drop it in the chat for you. Do what you will. This is going to be amazing. This is going to be hilarious. I cannot wait to clip this segment into a video. 130,000 views for this dribble. She could delete it. That's true. Could have been deleted. This bitch lied about Kershaw. We all take kind of lies. Kershaw never sent anybody after her. She bribed our Oshi's name. Ooh. She's not a monster. Monster's a badass. Fair enough. Monster's a badass. Alrighty. So let's see. Alright, let me make sure that Celestia is live. Celestium is live, my bad. Alright, yep, I'm seeing that it is live. So we are going to do a raid right now. I'm going to do my outro, I'm going to give you guys my speeches, and we're going to do a raid. So let me set the raid up. Alright, raid. Bingo, bango, bongo. Raid is set. Alrighty, crew. I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. Videos every day. Stream tomorrow, Neon Leon. I'll be on the dualies in about an hour and a half. And, yeah, that's literally it. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Make sure you support. Watch today's video if you haven't. It's doing some dog shit numbers. It's awful. But we've been going up in subs, though. We've been going up. I've gotten at least 6 subs since the show started. So shout out. I'm gonna cook some steak. I'll see you on the dualies later. Now, I normally do Vital Idol raid. Since Celestium, since this is an entirely new channel, Words of Paradise raid in the chat. Say my name. I want y'all to say my name. Words of Paradise raid in Celestium's chat. Say my name. Acknowledge me. Until next time, it's all here in the Nerdosphere. This has been Words of Paradise.